Chapter 12 of Condemned as a Nihilist, The Story of Escape from Siberia by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Grace Silvey. Chapter 12, Winter. A few hours after entering the Yenisei, they saw on the right bank of the river, which was now of great width, the domes of the town. They ran in to the shore a mile above it. "I shall not land, Luca," Godfrey said. "I don't want to be questioned. I shall put off and drop our anchor a quarter of a mile out and fish. You must make 2 or 3 journeys if necessary." "The things will not be heavy, Godfrey. The flour is the only thing that will weigh much. I will get someone to help me down with that." They had already gone over and over again the list of purchases to be made. "I shall drop down a little nearer the town, Luca, when I think it is about time for you to be coming back, so you won't have so far to carry the things. Don't be more than 3 hours, whether you have got anything or not, or I shall begin to feel anxious about you." Luca nodded and went off. Godfrey paddled the boat out a short distance, let down the stone, and began to fish. He was under no real uneasiness as to the young Tartar. There was nothing about him to distinguish him from other natives, and as these would be about this time arriving in considerable numbers at Yeniseisk to sell the skins of the animals they had taken in the chase during the summer, and to lay in stores for the winter, it was unlikely in the extreme that anyone would even question him. Such indeed was the case. There were a number of natives in the stores of the Russian traders, and he made his purchases without any question whatever being asked. He bought rather more hatchets, knives, and trinkets than they had agreed upon, and 2 sacks of flour, although he deemed the latter to be a luxury that they could very well dispense with altogether. Godfrey was just thinking of taking up his anchor and going down towards the town when he saw him returning, accompanied by 2 natives carrying the sacks. He pulled up his anchor and paddled to shore. "Have you got everything, Luca?" he asked. "Everything. Powder, shot, and balls. Tea, salt, 10 knives, and 8 axes, beads, 4 goatskins, looking-glasses, tobacco, and flour." And one by one he handed the articles as he named them into the boat. "How much flour is there, Luca?" 200 pounds. I have got more trinkets than we said. They were very cheap. They looked like gold and silver, and only cost 10 kopecks apiece. I have also brought 2 bottles of vodka." "That is bad, Luca." "The 2 only cost a ruble," Luca said calmly. "They may be very useful to us, and I bought more tea and tobacco than we said." The men who had carried the flour had received a few kopecks for their trouble, and had gone off as soon as they had laid down their burdens. Directly the things were handed into the boat, Luca stepped in, and they pushed off into the stream. "I have bought plenty of arrowheads, and 2 steel spearheads and shafts." "I wondered what those short poles were." "They are of tough wood in the right length, 10 feet long. They are good for seal hunting and for bears." "Well, I think you have done capitally, Luca. You have made the money go a long way. I suppose you have spent the 100 rubles you took with you?" "I have 4 left. I think I have done very well. We have everything we shall want through the winter." "Well, we are fairly off for the north now," Godfrey said, in high spirits that everything was settled, and that for 8 months at least there would not be the slightest risk of meeting with a Russian policeman or soldier. "Hurrah for the north, Luca, and for shooting and adventures." Luca smiled. It was rarely he laughed, but he was always ready to smile when Godfrey addressed him. "The air feels brisk and cold today. We shall soon have winter upon us." "Yes, look there," Luca said, pointing into the air ahead of them. "What is it? It looks like a long black streak." "Geese," Luca said. "It is a flight of wild geese from the north." As it approached, Godfrey saw that the Tartar was right. A solitary bird led the way. 2 followed him closely. Then came rank after rank, widening out till it was a broad band of fully 50 abreast. Line after line, they followed in almost military array, and extending in length fully a quarter of a mile. "Why, there must be 30 or 40,000 of them there," he exclaimed in amazement. "You will see bigger flocks than that," Luka said. "Why, all the river, from Minusинsk down to Turukhansk, more than 2,000 miles, is well nigh covered with birds. We shall have no lack of meat presently." During the day, many flights similar to those first seen passed overhead, some larger, some containing only a score or 2 birds. The next day the numbers were still larger, whole battalions coming along almost incessantly. These were by no means confined to geese. There were gulls and swans, flocks of small birds of many kinds, flights of wild ducks, the latter, for the most part, flying much lower than the geese, which kept far overhead. "We had better land tonight," Luka said. "They fly close after dark, and the flocks will settle on the banks. We will shoot them as they come overhead. You may not see them well, but they are so thick that you can hardly miss them." Accordingly, when evening came on, they landed, fastened the boat, took a couple of sheepskins each to throw over their shoulders, for even in these 2 days the cold had sensibly increased, and lay down to await the coming of the birds. All day long the air had been full of their cries, but it had grown quieter now, though occasionally they heard a sharp cry of the leader of the flock, followed by a responsive note from the birds following him. From time to time Godfrey could hear the whirring sound of a multitude of wings as the flocks passed overhead. These became louder as the time went on, and he knew that they were flying lower. He had loaded his gun with heavy shot, and once or twice was disposed to fire, but Luka each time stopped him. "They are much too high yet. They will come close down presently." The stars were shining brightly, and Godfrey could make out the outlines of the geese as they passed overhead. Presently there was a sharp call a few hundred yards higher up the bank. "This lot are coming low," Luka whispered. "They are probably going to settle to feed. Get ready now." Godfrey lay with his gun pointed upwards. A minute later he heard the rustling of wings, which rose to a sound like a mighty wind, and then some 40 yards overhead a dark cloud of birds swept along across the sky. Godfrey fired 1 barrel, waited a moment, and then fired again. With a loud cry of surprise and alarm the flock divided in two, and almost instantly there were several heavy thuds on the ground close by. "Hurrah! We have got some of them!" Godfrey said, and leaping up they ran to collect the fallen birds. There were 5 of them. "That is grand!" he exclaimed in delight. "Will you shoot some more?" Luka asked. "No, we have as many as we can eat, Luka, for the next 3 days at least. It would be a waste of powder and shot to kill more, and worse still, it would be a waste of life. It is right to kill what we require as food, but to my mind there is nothing more wicked than taking life merely for amusement. I consider that we should well deserve any misfortune that might happen to us if we were to kill any one of God's creatures wantonly. One of our best poets has written, 'He prayeth best, who loveth best, all things both great and small, for the dear God who loveth us, he made and loveth all.' It makes me furious sometimes, Luka, when I read books of what is called sport, and find men boasting of killing numerous creatures merely for the pleasure of killing them. I feel that nothing would give me greater pleasure than to flog such brutes." Luka did not much understand this outburst of indignation, but as usual he grunted in assent, and carrying the birds they returned to the boat. "It is freezing tonight," the Tartar said as they stepped in. "I will lay the geese in the bow beyond the cover. They will be frozen by the morning." Godfrey was glad of the wrapping of warm furs that night, and even when he shook them off and looked out at sunrise, it was still so chilly that, after he had leaned over the side of the boat as usual and sluiced his head with water, he was glad to take a paddle and work hard for a bit to keep himself warm. "Get the fire alight, Luka, and the kettle on," he said, "and cut up one of those geese. How are you going to get the feathers off? I suppose you will have to pluck them and singe them." "It would take much too long, that. We can spare the feathers this time." So saying, With his knife, he made a slight incision down the breastbone and then proceeded to tear off the skin, bit by bit, feathers and all. "That is a quick way," Godfrey said, "though it doesn't improve the bird's appearance. But that is a trifle. Never mind the bread. We shall have to do without that before long, and I feel as hungry as a hunter." In a very few minutes the fire was blazing, and portions of the goose frizzling over it, and in 20 minutes the meal was ready. Godfrey thought he had never eaten anything nicer, and the meal being much less rich than that of tame geese, he did very well without bread. For the next 3 days they made no pause, floating down night and day, the stream varying in speed from 5 to 10 miles an hour. At points where the stream was most rapid, they paddled in towards the bank to avoid the waves raised by the river in its course. The light boat always floated easily over these, but she needed to be kept with her head to them, and Godfrey was afraid that a moment's carelessness might bring her broadside on to them, and therefore preferred to glide along at a somewhat slower rate near the shore. The river was now 1.5 miles wide. To the left the country was flat, but on the right they could see hills rising far above each other. 1 or 2 small trading stations were seen on the right bank, but upon the left they passed only a few clusters of Ozjak yurts. On the right, great pine forests came down in places to within a short distance of the river, but these were rarely seen on the left. On the 5th day after leaving Yeniseisk, they saw a small trading station on the right bank. This Godfrey, who had got the geography of the river by heart, judged to be Peslovska, because it was one of the few trading stations which was not situated at a point where a tributary stream ran into the Yenisei. "We are far enough down now, Luka," he said. "We are not more than 200 miles from Turukatsk. We will land at the next Ozjak huts we come to, and see if they are disposed to be friendly with us." "They will be friendly," Luka said confidently. "Why not? They are peaceable people, and they know that did they touch strangers, they would be punished. There are Russian soldiers at Turukatsk. The Ozjaks are very poor. You have things to give them, and you want nothing of them." 20 miles further, they saw a group of 7 huts on the left bank ahead of them, and paddling in, landed close to them. 3 or 4 canoes, much smaller than their own, lay there, and as they climbed the lofty bank, some of the Ozjaks came out from their huts. "What do you want?" one of them asked abruptly. "I am traveling with this gentleman, who has come from a far distant country to hunt and to shoot game here in winter. We would like to live beside your village and to hunt with you. You see he has a gun. He has many things as presents, and it will be well for the village where he settles. Here is some tobacco for all." And Luka handed a small roll of tobacco to each of the men. "We have also some presents for the women," and he produced 2 or 3 looking glasses and some rows of large blue and red beads. The women, who were listening in the huts, at once came out. "It is good," an old man, who seemed to be the leader of the Ozjaks, said. "Why should not the stranger live here with us and hunt with us if he chooses? He will be welcome. Let us help the strangers." The whole of the Ozjaks at once set to work. Godfrey chose a piece of level ground 20 or 30 yards lower down than the huts. He and Luka, aided by some of the men, carried the various articles out of the boat. While they were doing this, the women stuck some poles in the ground round the circle Godfrey had traced, and lashed them together in the middle with some strips of hide. The 3 large skins were placed against this on the northern side. Then the women paused. "You had better buy some more large skins, if they have got them, Luka. Say that you will give a knife for hides enough to finish the huts with." The knives were large ones with rough handles and strong blades, and when Luka took one out from a bundle and said to the chief, "We will give this knife for enough skins to finish the hut," he gave an order to his wife, and she and 2 of the other women at once brought some elk hides from a pile lying by the side of his tent. A few stitches here and there with the needle, made of a sharp fishbone, with a thread of twisted gut, fastened the corners of the hides together, and in half an hour the tent was complete. The goat skins were spread on the ground. The fox and other skins were made into 2 piles, one on each side of the tent, and all the goods stored inside. "This is splendid," Godfrey said. "Here we are as snug as if we were born Ostraks. I had no idea they would have made us so comfortable. We will give them a cup of tea all round, Luka, as a reward for their labors. We don't care for sugar, but the 2 pounds you bought at Yeniseisk will come in useful now. They will think a lot more of it if it is sweet. See if they have got a big kettle. That little thing of ours will only hold a couple of quarts." Upon inquiry, the chief produced a cauldron, which he exhibited with great pride. It had evidently been used for melting down blubber. Luka carried it down to the water's edge and then scrubbed it with sand until it was tolerably clean. Then he rubbed it with wisps of coarse grass, filled it with water, and stood it on a fire that the Ostraks had made from driftwood picked up from the shore. In half an hour the water boiled. He put in 2 or 3 handfuls of tea and half a pound of sugar, let it boil for another minute or 2, and then took the pot off the fire. Then he invited the Ostraks to dip in their cups. In each of the huts they had a few tin mugs, for the expense and risk of carriage of crockery rendered the prices prohibitive, and even the tin mugs were prized as among their most precious possessions. Luka and Godfrey also dipped in their cups as an act of civility, but the latter made a wry face when it approached his lips, for the odor of the blubber was very strong, and he took an opportunity, when none of the Ostraks were looking, to pour the contents of the tin upon the ground beside him. But to the Ostraks, the smell and flavor of blubber was no drawback, and men and women sat round the fire drinking the sweet liquor with great enjoyment, and evidently highly contented at the coming of the stranger among them. While they were partaking of it, Godfrey heard a sound behind, and looking round, saw a boy driving in several reindeer. He was delighted at the sight, not only because it promised hunting expeditions, but because they might aid to carry them across the frozen steppes to the Obi before the frost broke up. Talking with the Ostraks, Luka found that, as the temperature had been below freezing point all day, they intended to commence fishing in earnest the next morning. The position of the huts had been specially selected for that purpose. The river made a sharp bend just above them, and the point threw the current across to the opposite bank, forming almost a backwater at the spot where the huts stood. It seemed strange to Godfrey, as he lay down that night, to be without the gentle motion of the boat to which he had been so long accustomed, and he lay awake for some time, not forgetting, before he went to sleep, to thank God for the wonderful success that had so far attended him, and to pray for a continuance of his protection. As soon as it was light, the boats all put off, and anchoring a short distance out, were soon engaged in fishing. Godfrey put down 4 lines, each with 6 of the hooks Mikhail had purchased for him before starting from Kara. These were baited with strips of fish, and he and Luka were soon busy at work hauling in the fish. They were mostly jack or tench, and by the evening they had caught nearly 100. When they rowed to shore, they found that they had been far more successful than any of the Ostraks, this being due to the superiority of their hooks over the fishbone contrivances of the natives. Following the example of the Ostraks, they laid the fish and lines in front of their tent to freeze during the night. After boiling their kettle, frying a couple of fish, and taking supper, they lighted 2 torches and again went out, returning before midnight with 25 salmon, averaging 15 pounds each. By the morning the fish were all frozen as hard as pieces of wood, and were then laid in a pile. For 4 days this work continued with equal success, and by the end of that time they had a pile of fish 6 feet square and 3 feet high, making, Godfrey calculated, nearly a ton of fish. They had observed that some of the Ostraks had each morning brought in several wild geese and swans, and Luka learnt from them that there was a large marsh a mile away in which large flights of geese settled every night. Accompanied by 2 of the Oshchaks, they started late in the evening for the spot. When they came near the marsh, they could hear a low chattering noise as the birds fed on the aquatic grasses. Sometimes they heard cries in the air, answered by calls from the feeding birds, and followed speedily by a great rustling of wings as fresh flocks alighted. Godfrey and Luca had brought with them some foxskins and sat wrapped up in them, but in spite of that they felt the cold as they waited hour after hour. Godfrey dozed off several times, and at last slept for 3 or 4 hours. He was awakened by a touch from Luca, and a low warning to keep silence. The morning was breaking. He found that the Oshchaks had built a sort of shelter or bushes, which had the effect of breaking the force of the north wind and of hiding them from the waterfowl. Raising his head cautiously, he saw before him a sheet of shallow water. This was absolutely covered with geese, a few swans being seen here and there. Luca had warned him not to fire until the Oshchaks had shot all their arrows, as the sound of his gun would at once scare the whole flock. The edge of the water was about 40 yards away. The Oshchaks and Luca had both made holes through the bushes in front of them so as to be able to shoot without exposing their heads. Moving gently, Godfrey found a spot where he could see through the boughs. The natives were just ready to shoot. There were 3 swans close to the edge of the water, and the bows twanged almost together. Although he knew how marvelous was the shooting of the Oshchaks, he was nevertheless surprised at seeing that each of the birds was struck in the head, and was thus killed instantly without the slightest noise being made. Again and again they shot, and each arrow brought down its bird. Luca's 3rd arrow was less successful. It wounded a bird on the neck, and with loud cries of pain and alarm, it flew flapping across the pool. In an instant, the whole mass of birds rose on the wing, circling round and round with loud cries. The natives, lying on their backs, shot arrow after arrow into the air, in each case transfixing a goose. Each had 12 arrows, and when they were exhausted, Luca said, "Now, Godfrey, you can fire." Godfrey waited until a number of birds flew in mass over him, and then discharged both barrels. 5 geese fell, and then the whole vast flock flew away to the north, leaving the lagoon entirely deserted, save by the floating bodies of their dead companions. "Arrow better than gun," Luca said as he rose. "Gun kill, but frighten all away. Arrow keep on killing." "That is true enough, Luca. There is no doubt the bow is best for this sort of work, but I shall manage better another time." The birds were picked up. 12 had fallen to each of the Oshchaks. Luca had 11, and Godfrey 5. It was a heavy burden to carry back to the huts. Godfrey and Luca's shares of the birds were laid by the pile of fish, with the exception of one which Luca proceeded to skin and hang up, while Godfrey saw to the fire and put on the kettle. When they had finished breakfast, Godfrey said, "We will take 3 or 4 hours' sleep now, Luca, and then I am going down to have a look at that marsh." They accordingly started at midday. Godfrey made a detour round the lagoon, and 100 yards beyond it, on the opposite side, found a clump of bushes that he thought would suit his purpose. With Luca's assistance, he cleared a spot in the middle large enough for them to lie down on, and then returned to camp. They took their next meal early, and then, taking some furs to make themselves comfortable, again started round the lagoon. It was just sunset when they got there, and spreading 2 or 3 foxskins on the ground, and throwing 2 over their shoulders, they waited. It was scarcely dusk when the first flock of geese passed close over their heads, on their way to the lagoon. Luca discharged 2 arrows, and then Godfrey fired his 2 barrels into them. Several fell, but the flock scattered with wild screams. But, after circling round and round for some time, settled in the lagoon. A quarter of an hour passed, and then another flock came along. All night, the flocks continued to arrive at short intervals, and from each Godfrey brought down several. Luca's arrows were soon exhausted, but Godfrey continued firing until morning began to break. Then they got up to see the result of the night's shooting. Luca, although seldom excited, gave a shout of pleasure. The ground around them was thickly strewn with geese. Many were only wounded, but Luca, with a short heavy stick, soon put them out of their pain, although not without several sharp chases. Then they collected and counted the birds. There were 84 in all. "Another night's shooting, Luca, and our larder will be full." Each taking up 6 geese, which was as much as they could carry, they returned to the tents and then set out again, accompanied by all the boys and girls of the village, and this time the whole of the geese were carried to the hut. "It is an awful pity," Godfrey said as he looked at the great pile, "that we haven't got anything we could use for holding the feathers. Well, we will have them picked anyhow. We can make a thick layer of them under the skins for the present. When it gets downright cold, we can nestle in among them somehow." Accordingly, the children were set to work to pluck the birds, which were then left out to freeze in the same way as the fish. That night and the next day they rested, and then had another night's shooting. The amount of success was as great as that which had attended the first. "We have plenty now to last us well on into the spring," Godfrey said as he looked at the great pile. "What is to be done next, Luca?" "Pour water over them and the fish, and let them freeze." "Do they keep better that way, Luca?" "Yes, not get so dry." The Ostraks had been astounded at the success of their visitors, both in fishing and shooting. Godfrey now had a conversation with their chief, and offered to shoot a supply of geese for the natives, if they would furnish him and his companion with a complete outfit of furs for the winter. This the chief at once agreed to, as they had a large supply of foxes' skins in camp, and these, with the exception of the rarer sorts, were practically worthless for the purpose of exchange. Godfrey made the chief another offer, to give him a hatchet, 2 knives, and 6 fishhooks, if he would supply them with as much seal's flesh as they might require during the winter, and with blubber for lamps. The Ostraks had already killed a good many seals, but the pursuit of them required time and patience, and Godfrey wanted to ensure a supply for the winter, although Luca told him they would have plenty of opportunities of getting seals then. Accordingly, for the next 10 days the shooting was continued at night, Godfrey and Luca sleeping during the day, and leaving it to the young Ostraks to collect and bring in the birds. The cold daily increased, and Godfrey began to feel much the want of warmer clothing. However, on the 8th day, the Ostraks brought in 2 suits. They were the joint work of the women of the village. As the Ostraks were greatly pleased at the quantity of food coming in daily, which ensured them a sufficiency of meat throughout the winter, in addition to their own stock of fish, the work was well done. For each a closely fitting shirt had been made of the squirrel skins they had brought down with them, with the fur inside. The trousers were of red foxskin, with the hair outside. The upper garment was a long capote of the same fur, reaching down to the ankles, and furnished with the hood covering the head and face, with the exception of an opening for the eyes down to the mouth. In addition to these, was given to each as a present a pair of Ostrak boots. These were large and loose. They were made of goatskins, rendered perfectly supple by grease and rubbing, and with the hair inside. They came up to the thighs, and had a thick sole made of layers of elk hide. There was also for each a pair of socks of squirrel's skin, with the hair inside, and a pair of fingerless gloves of double skin, the fur being both inside and out, except in the palm, which was of single skin, with the fur inside. "Well, if it is cold enough to require all that," Godfrey said, "it will be cold indeed. But it will be awful walking about with it. Surely one can never want all those furs." But in time Godfrey found that they were none too many, for at Turukansk the thermometer in winter sometimes sinks to 60 degrees below zero. For a time, however, he found no occasion to use the capote, the fur shirt, trousers, and boots being amply sufficient, while the fur cap with the hanging tails kept his neck and ears perfectly warm. Already the ice was thick on the still reach of the river beside which the hut stood, although, beyond the shelter of the point, the Yenisei still swept along. The lagoon had been frozen over for some days, in spite of the water being kept almost perpetually in motion by the flocks of waterfowl, and the ground was as hard as iron. The Ostraks were now for some days employed in patching up their huts and preparing them to withstand the cold of winter. An immense pile of firewood had been collected on the shore, for boughs of trees and driftwood, brought down by the river, often came into the backwater, and these were always drawn ashore, however busy the men might be at the time in fishing. All through the summer every scrap of wood that came within reach had been landed, and the result was a great pile that would, they calculated, with the blubber they had stored, be sufficient to last them through the winter. "What will they do if fuel should run short?" Godfrey asked Luca. "They will cross the frozen river with their sledges to the force. They would either take their huts down and establish themselves there, or would cut wood, fill their sledges, and bring it over. I have been talking to them. On the other side there are many Russian villages, for the post road is on that side. In summer, the carriages are drawn by horses. In winter, they have reindeer. These people are very poor. The skins that they make their clothes with are all poor. The animals were torn by the dogs or injured. That is why they could not sell them. Those red fox skins would have been worth 2 rubles each if they had been good, but the merchants will give nothing for those that are injured. They say it does not pay for the carriage. So they were glad to make them up for us." "What do they do with the reindeer?" "They milk them in summer, and in winter they let them to the owners of the post stations. Of course, when they move, they use them themselves." "What we want, Luca," Godfrey said after sitting quiet for some time, "is more money. If we had that, we might hire sledges and reindeer as soon as the snow gets on the ground, and travel west. But of course, there is no tempting these poor people to make such a journey without money to pay them well." "They will go hunting presently," Luca said. "You might get some good furs and sell them." "Yes, but I don't see why I should. No doubt many of the Russian peasants in the villages have guns, and if they don't get skins, why should I?" "A great many skins come down every year," the Tartar said. "Black fox is worth money, 15-20 rubles. Ermine is worth money, lots of them in the woods." "Well, we must hope for the best. If we can but get enough for them to take us across to the Obi, we ought to be able to coast round in a canoe to Archangel. But I don't think we could do it from this river in one season. The ice does not break up till June, and begins to form again in October. We can only rely upon 3 open months. I doubt whether we could get in that time from the Yenisei. However, it is of no use our bothering ourselves about that now." Another fortnight, and the frost was so severe that the ice extended almost across the river, and a heavy fall of snow covered everything. As soon as it was deep enough, Godfrey and Luca followed the example of the Ostraks and raised a high wall of it encircling the tent to keep off the bitter north wind. Then the weather changed again. The wind set in from the south, and drenching rains fell. At the end of 2 or 3 days, the ice on the river had disappeared. But it was not long before winter set in more bitterly than before. The ground became covered with the snow to a depth of upwards of 3 feet, and the river froze right across. The wall round the tent was rebuilt, Godfrey fashioning wooden shovels from some planks he found among the driftwood. The Ostraks took to their snowshoes, and Godfrey fashioned for himself and Luca 2 pairs of runners, such as he had seen in use near St. Petersburg. These were about 5 feet long, by as many inches wide, and slightly turned up at each end. A strap was nailed across, under which the foot went. The ends were turned up by damping the wood and holding it over the fire, a string being fastened tightly from end to end, so as to keep the wood bent. When they were completed, they practiced with them steadily, and found that as soon as the surface of the snow hardened, they could get along upon them at a good pace on level ground, completely distancing the Ostraks on their broader snowshoes. The Ostraks evidently admired them greatly, but were too much wedded to their own customs to adopt them. Godfrey was so warmly clad that he felt the cold but little. His eyes, however, suffered from the glare of the snow, and he at once adopted spectacles, which were made for him by the Ozheks. They were the shape of goggles, and made of skin with the hair on, narrow slits being cut in them, these slits being partly covered with the hair, and so shielding the eyes from the glare of the snow. They were fastened on by leather straps tied at the back of the head. The Ozheks themselves seldom wore them, but they were used by Samoyeds, a kindred tribe, dwelling generally farther north, though many of them at times came down even as far as Yeniseisk. Early in November, the Ozheks prepared for a hunting expedition. The men, since they were confined to their huts by the snow, had been busy in manufacturing traps of various kinds and getting the sledges into order. On a large sled, which was to be drawn by 3 reindeer, was placed the skins necessary for forming a tent. On these were piled a store of provisions, which were chopped out from the frozen masses by hatchets. On the smaller sledges were placed the traps and a quantity of the coarser kinds of frozen fish as food for the dogs. It had been settled that Godfrey and Lucas should accompany them. They had contributed liberally from their store of geese and fish, and added to the load on the reindeer sledge their kettle, frying pan, and a parcel of tea and tobacco. When all was ready, the 3 reindeer were harnessed to the large sledge, one to each of the 3 small sledges, and soon after daybreak on the 5th of November they started. The Ozheks being anxious to be off, for the weather again showed signs of breaking, and it might be another month before the river was permanently frozen for the winter. 6 Ozheks, including the chief, formed with Godfrey and Luca the hunting party. The others remained behind to look after the rest of the reindeer, as it was necessary to keep a space clear from snow, to enable them to get at the grass. They would, too, continue the fishing, keeping holes broken in the ice and catching fish by torchlight. The men walked with the sledges, which only went at a walking pace. Across the river the route was easy, the surface of the snow being crisp and hard, but it was hard work mounting the opposite bank, which was exceedingly steep. The reindeer pulled well, and at difficult points the men aided them. A short distance from the bank they crossed the post road, and in another half-hour were in the forest. Godfrey had already been told that they would travel for several days before they began to hunt, as the villagers with their guns scared the wild animals from the forest in their neighborhoods. There was no difficulty in traveling through the forest, for the pine trees stood generally at some distance apart, and there was but little growth of underwood. All day they kept steadily on. When evening came, they cut some young poles, erected their tent, and lit a fire in the center. By this time, Godfrey had become accustomed to the smoke, which escaped from the top of the tent by a hole. A couple of geese were cut up and broiled over the flame, and some cakes baked in the frying pan. Their pipes were lighted, and they lay down in a circle with their feet to the fire. For 3 more days the journey was continued. Then, as several tracks had been seen in the snow, they halted and prepared for the hunt. The method was simple. The men scattered in several directions, and when they struck upon a recent track, followed it up. Each man took with him a dog, a certain amount of provisions, a box of matches from Godfrey's store, and a large skin to wrap himself in at night. Sometimes, as Godfrey found, the track had to be followed a long distance before they came up to the animal, which always traveled in zigzag courses, hunting about for white mice and other prey. Sometimes it was found to have taken to a hole, and then a trap was set to catch it when it came out. The animals were principally ermine, but 1 or 2 sable, which are considerably larger, with much more valuable skins, and some martens were taken. All belonged to the weasel family, the upper part of the ermine being brown in summer, but, like most animals in or near the Arctic zone, changing into a pure white in winter, with the exception of the tail, which remains black as in summer. The ermine is but little larger than the English ferret, while the sable and marten are the size of large polecats. When the Ostraks came up with them, they either knocked them on the head with a club or shot them through the head. They were then carefully skinned, the bodies being thrown to the dogs for food. It had been agreed that the animals caught should be divided, but Godfrey felt that he was doing but little, for he was unable to shoot them, as this would have damaged their skins. However, he aided in tracking them down, and in setting traps when he traced them to a hole, and once or twice he came up with and killed one with a club. Occasionally he shot a squirrel, the little animals coming out from their nests in holes in the trees at the sound of footsteps, their curiosity costing them dear. After remaining 4 days at this spot, the tent was pulled down and packed up, and they advanced another 2 days' journey into the forest. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Condemned as a Nihilist. The Story of Escape from Siberia by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Grace Silvey. Chapter 13. Hunting. At the end of a fortnight, one of the Ostraks started with the large sledge for the huts, taking with him all the skins that had been collected. These had mounted up to a considerable number, the Ostraks considering their luck to have been extraordinary, and putting it down in a great degree to their white companion, for whom they began to have an almost superstitious respect, since the way he had supplied their village with food for the winter seemed to them almost miraculous. The reindeer with the light sledge would accomplish the return journey in 2 days with ease, although the distance had taken them 5 days on their way out. It was to return with a fresh supply of provisions, especially for the dogs. The night after the sledge had left, the dogs barked fiercely for some time. They slept in the tent. Some of the Ostraks made pillows of them, others allowed them to lie upon them, and they helped to keep the tent warm. The din when they began barking was prodigious. "What is it all about?" Godfrey shouted in Luca's ear. "I think it must be a bear," Luca shouted back. "Why don't they let the dogs out?" "They would drive the bears away, and it is too dark to see to shoot them. In the morning they will follow their track." The dogs presently ceased barking, and with low growls lay down again. As soon as it was light, the Ostraks turned out and found great footmarks round the tent. Before starting from the huts, Godfrey had exchanged the heads of their fishing spears for the iron spearheads they had purchased. Loading his gun with ball, Godfrey with Luca and 4 of the Ostraks started in pursuit, taking 6 of the dogs and a sledge with them. On his long runners he would soon have left the Ostraks behind, but Luca translated their warning that they must all keep together, for as there were 2 bears it would be dangerous to attack them in lesser numbers. In about an hour they arrived at a dense thicket, and it was evident that this was the lair of the bears, until they took up their permanent winter quarters in a hollow tree. The dogs were urged to attack them, but could not be persuaded to enter far, confining themselves to barking fiercely. "How are we going to get at them?" Godfrey asked. The Ostraks consulted together, and then they collected some dry pine needles and twigs, and 2 of them went to the windward side of the thicket and made a fire, upon which, as soon as it was fairly alight, they threw some dead leaves mixed with snow. "If they were to light the bushes themselves, it would dry them out quicker than that smoke," Godfrey said. "Not good, not good," Luca said earnestly. "Once catch fire, big flame run through forest, burn miles and miles." "I did not think of that," Godfrey said. "That would be a foolish trick." However, the smoke had the desired effect, and in a minute or two 2 bears burst out on the other side, growling angrily. The dogs rushed at them, barking loudly but taking care to keep at a safe distance from their paws. The bears both raised themselves on their haunches. The Ostrak bows twanged, and Godfrey fired. One of the bears rolled over. the other charged at his assailants. Godfrey fired his second barrel, then dropping his gun and grasping his spear, stood ready to meet the charge. But the bear did not reach him, for as it rose on its hind legs, the Ostraks and Luka again shot their arrows, and the bear rolled over dead. The two animals were placed on the sledge, the reindeer harnessed, and, the Ostraks taking ropes to aid it with its heavy burden, they returned to the tent. They had scarcely reached it when one of the other hunters returned with news that they had come upon the track of an elk. The bears were at once dragged into the tent, the entrance securely fastened, to prevent a passing wolf or ounce from tearing them. Then, taking with them this time all the dogs and the 3 sledges, they started, and in half an hour came to where the chief and his remaining followers were awaiting them. "They came along here yesterday afternoon," the chief said to Luka. "There is 1 big stag, and 1 young one, and 3 females." After 3 hours' walking, they came to a spot where the snow was much trampled, and there were marks of animals having lain down. "That is where they slept," the chief said. "They are traveling south, but they will probably stop to feed before they have gone far. We may catch them then." He ordered one of the men to stop with the sledges, and the rest proceeded onwards. Not a word was spoken now, and as they went they took the greatest pains not to brush against any branch or twig. The Ostraks were now walking their fastest, and Godfrey had to exert himself to keep up with them. Their footfall was so light as to be scarce audible. After 2 hours' traveling, they saw an opening among the trees, and here some young pines were growing thickly. The chief pointed significantly towards them, and Godfrey understood that the animals would probably be feeding there. They now went slowly, and the chief whispered orders that they were to make a circle round the opening and close round on the other side as noiselessly as possible. He himself would enter the thicket from the side on which he now was. The crackling of the pine twigs would drive them out on the other side. Very quietly, they worked round and took up their stations, each standing behind a fir tree, and then waited. They could hear the stamping of heavy hoofs and the occasional breaking of twigs. Presently, there was a louder and more continuous sound of breaking bushes, and then with a sudden rush a great elk, followed by 4 others, burst out of the thicket. As they came along, the Ostraks stepped out from their hiding places and let fly their deadly arrows. The leading elk came close to the tree behind which Godfrey was standing, and as it passed, he fired both barrels, hitting it just behind the shoulder. The elk ran a few paces and then fell. 3 out of the other 4 had been brought down by the Ostrak arrows. The young male escaped. The satisfaction of the Ostraks was great, for here, in addition to the value of the skins, was food for themselves and the dogs for some time to come. A man was at once sent back for the sledges. While waiting for these, the rest set out on various tracks of ermine they had passed on the way, and 3 of these and a marten were killed before the sledges came up. The big elk was placed on one sledge, one of the females on each of the others. The 4th was skinned, cut up, and divided among the 3 sledges. Lightly as the sledges ran over the snow, the men were all obliged to harness themselves to ropes to assist the deer, and it was late in the evening before they arrived at the hut. The fire was lighted at once. Godfrey undertook the cooking, while the rest skinned the bears and elk, cut them up, and hung up the carcasses on boughs beyond the reach of the dogs. These had a grand feast, off the offal, while the men were regaling themselves with fresh elk steaks. For 2 months the hunting was continued with much success. Then the Ostraks said they would return home. Godfrey, however, was anxious to continue hunting. He had a small tent that had been made for him and Luka, and the Ostrak leader offered to leave one of the sledges with 6 dogs that had been trained to draw to work. As soon as the Ostraks had started on their return journey, the tent, a store of provisions and furs, were packed in the sledge and a fresh start made, as they had been in their present position for over a week. As they went along, 2 of the poles were arranged so that they made a deep groove in the snow, by which they could find their way back to the starting point. 2 days' journey took them into a hilly country. They established themselves in a sheltered valley, and made that the center from which they hunted. They were now 12 days' journey from the Yenisei, and well beyond the range of ordinary hunting parties. They had soon reason to congratulate themselves on entering the more mountainous country, for here the game was much more abundant than it had been before. The dogs had by this time become attached to them, for Godfrey was fond of animals, and had petted them in a manner to which they were quite unaccustomed from their Austriac masters. One of them especially, a young dog, had taken regularly to accompany Godfrey when hunting, and he found the animal of the greatest utility, as it was able to follow the back track with undeviating certainty. This was of importance, for there was but a short twilight each 24 hours, the sun being below the horizon except for an hour or two at noon, and they were obliged to carry torches while following the tracks of the smaller animals. Ermines were found in considerable number, and in the first week 4 fine sables were killed, as well as 2 martens and a bear. The latter was specially prized. They had brought a fortnight's provisions for themselves and the dogs, but they were anxious to eke these stores out as long as possible, as they could no longer depend upon getting fresh supplies from home. The bodies of the ermines were but a mouthful for one of the dogs, while the sables and martens gave them a mouthful all round. The bear, however, contained a large quantity of excellent food, and setting aside the hams for their own consumption, they hung up the rest of the meat on a tree to serve out gradually among the dogs. They soon found, however, that they need be under no anxiety as to food, as foxes abounded, principally red, though 2 of the valuable black foxes fell to Godfrey's gun. They found many paths in the woods completely trodden down by animals. Here they used the Austriac method of catching them, putting up a screen of branches across the track. Looking at these objects with suspicion, the animals invariably refused to try either to jump over or crawl through them, but went round at one end or the other. Here, accordingly, traps were fixed, and many animals were taken. Intense as the cold was, Godfrey felt it even less than he had anticipated. The wide-spreading woods broke the force of the winds, and while they could sometimes see the tops of the trees swaying beneath its force, they scarcely felt a breath below. Luca knew nothing of the Eskimo fashion of making snow huts, and said he had never heard of it among the Austriacs or Samoyedes. At each of the halts, however, Godfrey piled the snow high over the low tent of reindeer skin, which he had got the women to make for him according to his own plan. It resembled a tent d'abri, or shelter tent, 7 feet long and as much wide, was permanently closed at one end, and had flaps crossing each other at the entrance. Instead of depending entirely upon the 2 uprights and the ridgepole between them, Godfrey, when erecting it, put 8 or 10 poles on each side, stretching from the ridge out to the side of the tent, so as to support the skin under the snow they piled over it. The bottom was covered with a thick mat of furs, the sides were lined with them, and others were hung across the entrance, so that the cold was effectually kept out. A large fire was kept burning in front of the tent, and from this, from time to time, red embers were taken out and placed in a cooking pot inside. At night, 2 or 3 lamps, fed by oil melted down from the fat of the animals they killed, were kept alight, and in this way, lying snugly in their sleeping bags, they felt perfectly warm and comfortable, although the temperature outside was from 40 to 50 degrees below zero. The dogs slept outside, with the exception of the one of which Godfrey had made a special pet, it being allowed to share the tent with them. A high bank of snow was erected on each side of the entrance to the tent. This served further to break the force of the wind and to retain and reflect back the heat of the fire. The dogs, therefore, being provided with a good supply of meat from the proceeds of the chase, did very well. One afternoon the sky was very thick and overcast, and Luca said he thought that they were going to have snow. "In that case, Luca," Godfrey said, "we will set to work to make things comfortable. If there is a heavy fall, we might be almost buried here. Ordinarily, it is sheltered, but if there is a wind, and I can see that it is blowing now, it might drift very deep in this hollow, and we might find ourselves completely snowed up. I think the tent is strong enough to stand any pressure, but it does not contain much air. We will cut down some strong poles and lay them side by side across the snow walls in front of the tent. The smoke will find its way out through them, and if a deep snow comes on, it will save the dogs from being snowed up. Besides, it will give us a lot of additional air, which we may want. 2 or 3 hours will do it. The time won't be thrown away anyhow, for the branches we cut off and the poles themselves will do for firewood." The snowflakes began to fall just as they finished the work, the result being a sort of flat-roofed shelter with snow walls 10 feet long and 6 feet high in front of the tent. A large quantity of firewood was piled up at the entrance to the shelter. "That is a capital idea, Luca," Godfrey said as they retired into the tent. "We can sit with the entrance of the tent open now if we like, and get the benefit of the fire outside. For the air having to pass close by it on its way to us gets comparatively warm." When they went out to build up the fire for the last time before lying down, snow was falling steadily, and was already deep in front of the entrance to the shelter. The dogs had been well fed, and lay thickly clustered round the fire, evidently greatly contented with the unusual luxury of a roof over them. Godfrey crawled into the tent again, closed the flaps, hung up a skin before them, and getting into his sleeping bag, lay there comfortably smoking his pipe and talking to Luca. "We are as snug here as if we were in a palace, Luca, but I should not like to be caught out in the woods tonight. Have you ever heard of any of the Ostraks or Samoyedes being frozen to death?" "Couldn't be frozen if they had a hatchet and matches with them," he replied. "Can always chop down branches and make a hut and a fire in the middle to keep it warm. Then snow comes and covers it up and keeps out the wind. Out on the plains a man might get frozen if stupid, but he ought never to be if he knew what to do. He should look for a hollow where the snow had drifted deep, then make a hole in the side of the drift and crawl in. He ought to be quite warm there if furs are good. But they do not often get lost. They never go very far from huts when snow in the sky. Directly it comes on, they would make for home. Can always get along in snowshoes." "The izvozchiks are often frozen in St. Petersburg and their sledges at night," Godfrey said. "They can't build huts in the town," Luca remarked. "They can't find snow deep enough to get into. Town not good in winter." "Are there many wolves here, Luca? Do they often attack people?" "No, there is plenty of game in the woods. In Russia, the game now, so I hear, is scarce, so the wolves must take to eating men. But here there is plenty of game, and so they do not often attack people. I have heard of hunters going out and never coming back again. Then people say wolves eat them, but not often so. May be killed by elk, or hurt by a falling tree, or climb hills and fall down. I do not think it is often the wolves. Wolves great cowards." "I am glad to hear it, Luca. I have heard them howl sometimes at night, and wondered whether they would come this way." "Not come here," Luca said decidedly. "We keep plenty of big fire. All beasts afraid of fire. Then we have got dogs and guns. Much easier for wolves to attack elk. But even that they seldom do unless it is wounded or has injured itself. Well, I think I will go off to sleep. My pipe is out, and the hot tea has made me sleepy." After sleeping for some hours, Godfrey awoke with a strange feeling of oppression. Outside he could hear the dogs whimpering. "Wake up, Luca," he said. "It is very close in here. I fancy the snow must have drifted very deep and covered us up completely. Let us get up and see about it." It was quite dark outside, except that the embers of the fire threw a dull red light on the snow. The shelter seemed but half its former dimensions. The snow had drifted in at its entrance, and lay in a bank piled up to the roof. "Bring your spear, Luca, and mine, and shove them up between these poles. We must make a few holes up through the snow if we can, to let a little air in." The spears were pushed up and then worked a little to and fro to try to enlarge the hole. They were 8 feet long, but Godfrey did not feel at all sure that they penetrated through the cover of snow. However, when they had made a dozen of these holes, there was a distinct change in the air. "They have gone nearly through, if not quite, and anyhow they are near enough to the surface for the air to find its way out. Now, we had better set to work at once to dig a passage out. That is one advantage of this shelter. There is a place to throw the snow back into." Going down on their hands and knees, they soon scraped the snow away until they reached the entrance to the shelter. Here, the snow weighted by the pressure above was much denser and harder, and they could cut out blocks with their hatchets. "Now," Godfrey said, "we must make a tunnel sloping upwards. It must be as steep as it can so that we are able to climb up, making steps to give us foothold. I will begin, for we only just want it wide enough for one. I will hand the blocks down to you as I cut them, and you pile them regularly along the sides here. As we fill the shelter up, you must drive the dogs back into the tent. We shall want every inch of room for the snow before we get out." For hours they worked steadily, taking it by turns to cut and to pile. The last 4 feet were much more difficult than the first, the snow, being lighter and less packed, falling in above them as they dug. Once Luca was completely buried, and Godfrey had to haul him back by the legs. The atmosphere inside, however, improved as they got upwards, being able to penetrate between the particles of the light snow. It was 6 hours before they both struggled out, followed by the dogs, in an impetuous rush. It took them another couple of hours to clear away and beat down the snow sufficiently to make an easy entrance to the shelter. A fire was lighted outside, and a meal cooked, for the lamps were quite sufficient to keep the tent sufficiently warm, and they would have been well nigh stifled with smoke had they attempted to light the fire in the shelter. The snow was still falling and drifting, and the sky showed no signs of change. "The entrance will fill up again by tomorrow," Luca said, "and we shall have more trouble than ever to get out." "We must provide against that, Luca. We must build a sort of roof over the entrance here, and then we shall only have to start from this point again. Let us set to work and chop down some poles at once." After 3 hours more work, a cover was built over the entrance, and roofed with pine branches so as to prevent the snow from drifting in. "Now, Luca, there is one more job, and unfortunately a long one, but we must do that. We must get the snow that we had packed in the shelter below out of the way, for if by any chance this passage fell through, we should have nowhere to pile the snow. Besides, we may have another passage as deep as the present one to dig tomorrow, for the snow is drifting down in clouds. It has deepened a couple of feet since we began to make the roof over the entrance." Luca, who was always ready to work, set to cheerfully, but the short twilight had faded into deep darkness before the work was completed. "If we had had a couple of good shovels with us, Luca, we should have made short work of this," Godfrey said, as they retired below into their tent. "We could do as much work in an hour as one can in 5 with these tools. It is heartbreaking to shovel out snow with a hatchet. I am as tired as a dog. This is harder work than the gold mines at Kara by a long way." "Yes," Luca said, "but there is no man with a gun." "No, that makes a difference, Luca. This is free work and the other isn't. Not that one can call it exactly free when we have no choice but to do it." For another 4 days, the snow continued to fall, but as the wind had dropped and the snow no longer drifted, their work each morning was comparatively easy. "I wish it would stop," Godfrey said, "for we begin to want food for the dogs. Our stock of dried fish has been exhausted since we were shut up. There is half a deer hanging to a branch of that tree close to the tent, but it is 8 or 10 feet below the snow, and as we can't calculate the exact position now, it would be a big job to try to get at it. There was, however, no change in the aspect of the weather on the following morning, and Luca announced that beyond the tea and a handful or two of flour, there was nothing whatever for breakfast, while the dogs had fasted on the previous day. Well, Luca, there was nothing to do but to try and get at that venison. I have been thinking that it will be easiest to try from below. It is much quicker work chopping out the solid snow than it is trying to make a hole in that loose stuff at the surface. The tree was just about in a line with the front of the tent, wasn't it? And we hung the deer on a branch that stretched out nearly as far as the tent. I should say we hung it about halfway along that branch and not above 12 feet from the tent. Luca agreed as to the position. Very well then, as we know exactly the direction, and as the distance is but 12 feet, it ought not to take us very long to chop out a passage just big enough and high enough for one to crawl through. When we get near the place where we think it is, we must make the tunnel a good bit higher, for the bottom of the meat was quite 5 feet from the ground, so that it should be well out of reach of the dogs. Now, will you go first, or shall I? I will begin, Luca said. We must make the passage wide enough to push the snow past us as we get it down. Certainly we must, Luca. Make it pretty wide at the bottom, and make the top arched so as to stand the pressure from above. It was easy enough work at first, but became more difficult every foot they advanced, as the one behind had to crawl backward each time with the snow that the one at work passed back to him. At last the tunnel was driven 12 feet long. In the last 4 feet it had been given an upward direction, by which means less snow had to be removed than would have been the case had the bottom remained level with the ground and the height been increased. We are a good 12 feet in now, Luca, and certainly high enough. Which way do you think we had better try? Luca replied by calling one of the dogs and taking it with him to the end of the tunnel. The animal at once began to snuff about eagerly, and then to scratch violently to the right. That will do, Luca said, pushing it back past him and taking its place. He had driven but a foot in the direction in which the dog was scratching when the hatchet struck something hard. It required some care to dig around the meat and make a hole large enough for Luca to stand up beside it and cut the cord by which it hung. The dogs yelped with joy when he dragged it back to the other end of the passage. The fire was made now, and the passage under the roof they had made at the end of the first day's work. For outside, the snow fell so fast that it damped the fire greatly, and as the smoke made its way out through the entrance, it was no inconvenience to them below. A good-sized piece of raw meat was chopped off and given to each of the dogs. The ramrod was thrust through another large piece and held by Luca over the fire, and then Godfrey carried the rest of the joint outside and placed it in the fork of a tree. "It smells good, Luca," he said as he returned to the fire. "I wish it would attract a bear." Luca shook his head. "Bears are asleep, Godfrey. They are hunted in summer, and sometimes they may be found in the early part of the winter, but never when the snow is deep. They would die of hunger. There might be wolves, but we don't want them. Wolf skins fetch very little, and their flesh is only good for the dogs. We don't want wolves, but we must be on our guard. In such weather as this, food is very scarce. They might come and attack us. Yesterday I heard howls once or twice. I think when we have done breakfast, it will be better to take that meat down below." "Why, they wouldn't smell it as much as this cooked meat, Luca." "No, I was not thinking of that, but if they come, we may want it." "You mean they might besiege us, Luca?" "Yes, shut us up here. Wolves very patient. Wait a long time when they scent food." "Well, we will have the dogs sleep up here for the future, they will act as sentries, and there is none too much air down there. That reminds me, I will cut a long pole or two, fasten them together, and try and drive them down through the snow to the roof of the shelter below." Lucas shook his head. "You might drive it down 5 or 6 feet, but you would never get it down to the roof. And if you did, you could never pull it up again." "I don't know, Luca. I once saw them driving down some bars and tough clay when they were making a railway cutting at home. I think we might do it in the same way." Godfrey, after breakfast, cut a pole, chopping it off just below where 2 or 3 small branches had shot from it, leaving a bulge. This bulge he shaped and smoothed very carefully with his knife, so that it was in the form of a peg top. "There," he said, "you see it is thicker here than it is anywhere else, so that the hole it makes will be a little larger than the pole itself, and instead of the snow holding the pole all the way down, it will touch it only on this shoulder." This succeeded admirably. It was 6 feet long. They had cleared away the loose snow to a depth of 18 inches, and both holding it were able to force the pole down as much more. Then they hammered it with a billet of wood until only a foot showed. Then they spliced another to it, and working it up and down, jumped it in until they could again use the mallet, and at last struck on something solid, which could only be one of the beams forming the roof of the hut. Godfrey went below and soon discovered the spot where the pole came down, and with his knife managed to clear away the snow round it. Then he went up and assisted Luca to withdraw the pole, which left a hole of about 3 inches in diameter. "That is a capital chimney," he said. "Now we will throw a few fir branches over it, to prevent the dogs treading here and shutting it up. I think the air looks rather lighter, Luca, and that the storm is nearly over. There is a howl again. I am afraid that we are going to have trouble with the wolves. Is there anything we can do?" Luca shook his head. "We might get up into trees," he said. "We should be safe there, but then we should lose the dogs." "That would never do, Luca. We should have to haul the sledge back 150 miles. No, I'll tell you what we will do. We will cut down some young trees and block up our tunnel with beams, leaving 3 or 4 inches between each to fire through or use our spears." "That is a very good plan," Luca said. "We should be quite safe then." It took them some hours' work to carry out the idea. The middle of the tunnel was closed by a row of pointed stakes, some 4 inches in diameter, driven deep into the snow and reaching up to the roof of the shelter. An opening of a foot wide was left in the middle, another stake being placed beside it in readiness to fill it up if required. The operation was completed by the light of the fire, as it was pitch dark by the time it was done. Then another meal was cooked and eaten, and the brands carried below, where, at the bottom of the descent, the fire was now kindled. The dogs had for some time been growling angrily in the upper passage, and the fire was no sooner alighted below than they broke into a chorus of fierce barking. "We had better bring them down here, Luca, and fill up the opening. I think the wolves must be gathering in numbers." Going up again, they sent the dogs down, firmly lashed 2 crossbars to the others, and to these lashed the pole they had left in readiness, thus completing the grating across the tunnel. As they worked, the smoke from the fire below curled up around them. A few months before, Godfrey would have found it almost insupportable, but by this time he had, like the natives, become so accustomed to it that it affected him very little. Still, he said to Luca, "You had better break off the hot ends of the sticks, so as to have a red fire only for the present. The smoke makes my eyes water, so that I can scarcely see. Now the sooner those fellows come to get their first lesson, the better." Kneeling by the grating, with his gun in his hand and his spear beside him, Godfrey gazed out, and could presently distinguish the outline of a number of moving figures. "I can see their eyes at the entrance," he said. "Shall I give them a shot, or will you send an arrow into them?" "You fire," Luca replied. "Bow makes no noise. Gun will frighten them. Besides, I have only 20 arrows, and they would get broken. Better keep them till there is need." Godfrey leveled his gun, which was charged with buckshot, and fired both barrels. Terrific yells and howls followed, and the opening was clear in a moment, though Godfrey could see 2 or 3 dark figures on the snow. There was a sound of whimpering and snarling, and then of a fierce fight outside. "They are killing and eating the wounded," Luca said. "When they have done that, they will come again. Let them get close up next time." In a few minutes, the entrance to the tunnel was darkened again and then cleared. The dead wolves had been pulled away. Another quarter of an hour, and the animals reappeared. As all was silent, they gradually approached. Godfrey could hear their panting, and presently heard a noise against the bars. A moment later, there was a rush and an outburst of snarling growls. Then he and Luca drove their spears again and again between the bars, yells of pain following each stroke. The animals in front were unable to retreat, and the others behind crowded in upon them, maddened with the smell of blood, and all trying to get first at their prey. They quarreled and fought among themselves, while their cries and growls were answered by the furious barking of the dogs in the shelter below. In 2 or 3 minutes, Godfrey, who had reloaded his gun, fired both barrels into the mass, and at the flash and sound the wolves again fled. This time they did not venture to re-enter the passage. Occasionally, one showed himself, and was instantly shot by Godfrey or Luca, who took turns on watch throughout the night. As soon as the dim light broke, they removed the bar and issued out with the dogs. A dozen wolves lay dead outside the bars. 7 were scattered round the entrance. Godfrey shot 2 more who were lurking under the trees, while Luca sent an arrow through another. "There are plenty of them about still," Godfrey said. "Let us get 3 or 4 of the dead ones upon a branch out of their reach, as food for the dogs. Drag the rest away from the entrance to the tunnel, and bring the others up from below. That will give them, with the 3 we have shot now, enough for a big meal. Then I should think they would move off." This was accordingly done, and they went below and cooked breakfast, while the dogs feasted on a dead wolf. Then they lay down for 3 hours' sleep. When they went up again, the dead wolves had disappeared, only a few bones and the blood-marked snow showing where they had lain. Godfrey fired a couple of shots to scare away any that might be lingering in the neighborhood, and then, replacing the bars, they went out hunting, and from that time heard no farther of the wolves. They continued their hunting, shifting their camp occasionally until it was time to rejoin the Ozjaks, and then traveled east. They struck the river some 13 miles below the camp, crossed at once, and traveled up the other side until they arrived at the huts. They were heartily welcomed by the natives, and remained there for 3 days to rest the dogs. They were very glad of getting a supply of fish again. These the Ozjaks had in abundance, as they kept their frozen piles for food when the keenness of the wind rendered the cold so bitter that they were forced to remain in their huts. At other times, they fished by torchlight at holes that they kept broken in the ice, spearing the fish, which were attracted by the light. The Ozjaks were surprised at the large number of skins, some of them of the most valuable kind, that Godfrey had brought back, and were impatient for a fresh start. They were at this time absent for only 6 weeks, returning at the beginning of May. The hunt was marked by no adventure. They did fairly well, but were not fortunate in securing any skins of the black fox, and but few of the sable. Upon their return, the furs that had been taken during the 2 hunts with the Ozjaks were fairly divided, and Godfrey added his and Luca's shares to those they had themselves obtained. There were over 50 in all, including 3 black foxes, 6 sables, and 10 martens, the rest being of inferior value. Then a list was made of the necessaries that Luka was to purchase at Turukansk. These included 10 pounds of brick tea, some copper nails if he could obtain them, a store of ammunition, some more fishhooks, the largest kettle he could buy, a frying pan, a few pounds of sugar, 10 pounds of salt, some stout sheeting, 30 yards of duck canvas, 3 blocks, a coil or 2 of rope, needles and twine, a saw, a couple of chisels, and some other tools. "You must make the best bargain you can for the skins, Luka. I have no idea how much they are worth." The Ostraks were, however, able to tell them the prices the traders paid for the skins of each animal, provided that they were fine specimens and in good condition. The black foxes were worth from 50 to 100 rubles, the sables from 30 to 50, the martens some 10 rubles less. The other skins were worth from 15 to 30 rubles. Luka took the sledge and a reindeer and started alone, having gone over the list of things required again and again until Godfrey was convinced that he was perfect. He took his sleeping bag, but no tent. He calculated that he should be away 5 days, as it would take him 2 to drive to Turukansk and a day there to make his purchases. On the 5th evening he returned, with everything he had been ordered to get, and a few other things that he thought would be useful. He had obtained in all 650 rubles as the result of their 6 months' hunting, and of these had expended 170 rubles. "We are well set up for money now, Luka," Godfrey said, as he added the notes to those he before possessed. "I have still 400 rubles out of what I received from the Buriat, so we have now nearly 900, which will be enough to pay our way to England from any point we may land at." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Condemned as a Nihilist, The Story of Escape from Siberia by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Grace Silvey. Chapter 14. The Breakup of Winter. Spring was rapidly approaching now. Occasionally, for a day or two, southerly winds set in and rain fell in torrents. Then again the Arctic currents prevailed, and everything was frozen as hard as before. Flocks of geese passed over, flying north, but returned again when the cold set in afresh. Small birds, too, in great numbers, made their appearance, crowding on patches of ground that the sun and rain had cleared of snow, fluttering round the tents in flocks, picking up scraps of food that had been thrown out, and keeping the dogs in a state of perpetual excitement. The Ostraks said that the breaking up of the ice might come any day, or it might be delayed for another month. It depended less upon the weather here than on that higher up. It is not the sun or the rain that breaks up the ice, but the rise of the river from the snow melting 1,000 miles higher up, and all over the country, drained by the rivers running into the Yenisei. The women were now making a canoe under Godfrey's instructions. He had often gone out in canoes on the Severn and on the sea when staying at watering places there. The craft that had done them such good service before would not do for their present undertaking. They required a boat which should be fairly fast, seaworthy, and yet light, for it might be necessary to carry it considerable distances. It was necessary that its dimensions should exceed those of an English canoe, for it must carry a considerable amount of food, although, of course, he meant to depend chiefly on the fishing, lines, and gun. It was made 25 feet long and 3 feet wide. The central compartment was 13 feet long. This was covered in at the sides and ends, leaving an opening for them to sit and paddle, 15 inches wide and 5 feet long. Underneath the covered parts, provisions, furs, cooking utensils, etc., could be stowed away on both sides, leaving room for them to lie down at full length in the center. The 2 end compartments were entirely covered in, but had openings over which a cover was lashed and could, if necessary, be used for holding stores. But Godfrey did not intend to put anything here except temporarily, as it was important that the canoe should be as buoyant and light as possible. The frame of the boat was built of the tough and elastic wood of which the Ozjaks made their bows. It was very light, the ribs being bound to the longitudinal pieces by fine gut. It was built as nearly as Godfrey could lay them out, on the lines of an English cruising canoe. The deck strips were similarly lashed, and when the framework was completed, Godfrey tested its strength by dropping it 3 feet to the ground, rolling it over and over, and trying it in a variety of ways. When fully satisfied with it, the work of putting on the cover commenced. This was made of very soft and well-tanned reindeer hide, stretched as tightly as possible, and then rubbed with seal oil. The keel of the boat had been made very strong, as the rigidity of the whole craft depended upon this. It had been made flat, and the skins had been taken over it. When it was finished, a false keel 6 inches in depth in the center, tapering away to nothing at the ends, was fixed underneath. This keel was also made of tough wood, a little more than 1/4 of an inch thick, but widening suddenly to over an inch where it touched the boat, in order that it might be securely fixed with screws to the keel inside. The boat was provided with a light mast, which could be stepped or unstepped at pleasure, and there were 2 stays of twisted leather, one fastening to each side of the boat. An iron ring with a cord traveled up and down the mast, the halyard running through a small block, as Luka had been able to obtain a sheave at Tarukhansk. The sail was a lug made of sheeting, oiled, and the boat carried beside a triangular sail of very much smaller dimensions and stouter cloth for heavy weather. She also carried a small mizzen mast and sail. In rough weather, the cockpit could be completely covered with a light apron with openings where the rowers sat, with a sort of collar, which could be lashed tightly round their waists. The edges of this apron could be lashed down over the gunwale round the cockpit. When completed, the canoe itself, with its mast and sails, weighed but 60 pounds, and could be carried with ease by one person on his shoulder. The Ozjaks greatly admired the craft, which was entirely different from anything they had ever seen. The false keel puzzled them greatly, and Godfrey's explanations, even when aided by Luka, failed altogether in making them understand that it would have the effect of enabling the craft to sail near the wind without drifting to leeward. The additional draught of water was no inconvenience whatever in a craft designed for the sea, and it added material to the strength of the canoe. On the 15th of May it was freezing hard. The natives, going down to the water's edge in the morning, reported a sudden rise of 3 feet in the river. It continued to rise all day, and by nightfall was 15 feet above its former level. In the evening, the north wind dropped suddenly, and an hour later it sprang up from the south, and by midnight a torrent of rain was falling. Godfrey could hear sounds like the report of cannon above the pattering of the rain on the skins, and knew that it must be the ice breaking. In the morning, when he looked out, the whole mass of ice seemed to be moving. Black cracks showed everywhere across the white surface. The river had, during the night, risen another 20 feet. By midday, the scene was a wild one indeed. No longer was the surface smooth. Hurrying along at the rate of 15 miles an hour, the great masses of ice were dashed against each other by the force of the current. 2 miles lower down, the river narrowed suddenly, and here a block was formed. Some of the pieces of ice were thrust down. Others climbed over them, thrusting themselves one on the top of the other till a ridge 30 or 40 feet high was formed from bank to bank. At times this gave way, and then the whole was whirled down the stream, while another ridge at once commenced to form. Godfrey walked down to the point and stood for hours looking at the scene. The great blocks of ice, 6 or 8 feet thick, seemed almost to be endowed with vitality as they climbed one above the other, until thrust off the crest of the ridge by the pressure of those behind them. The din was prodigious, a crackling, rustling, roaring sound, with sharp explosions and deep, muffled booming. The whole air seemed to quiver with sound, and the loudest shout would have been inaudible a yard or two away. Below the ridge, the river, so long as the barrier stood, was comparatively clear, but from time to time great masses of ice that had been sunk by the pressure and swept along under the ridge came to the surface with a surge that lifted one end high out of the water, reminding Godfrey of the spring of some enormous fish. Then the ice would come down with a mighty splash, and hasten away, reeling and rocking on the rapid current. Entranced by this mighty conflict of the forces of nature, Godfrey stood there until 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. It would be light for 3 hours yet, for the sun now only sank for a short time below the horizon. The rain was still falling heavily when he returned to his hut. The river had risen another 30 feet since the evening before, and the height of the bank had decreased from 100 feet to about 30. For 2 more days it rained incessantly. The river had now risen to its high water mark, 10 feet below the bank. Godfrey asked the Ozjaks if there was no fear of its overflowing, but they told him that there was no cause for uneasiness, for that at its present point it overflowed at many places both above and below them, and extended over a vast tract of country, and that at every additional foot it would spread so widely that it would speedily begin to fall again. The ridge had now ceased to form, although the river was still packed with floating masses. "In another 2 days," the Ozjaks chief said, "the ice will be all gone except a few blocks. Much of the ice above is carried out by the floods and left to melt on the land as the water lowers. But even without that, the river at its present rate would soon carry it all down." This Godfrey could well imagine, for at the rate of 15 miles an hour, over 360 miles of the river would have been emptying daily. At the end of another 3 days, but few blocks of ice were visible, and Godfrey now began to make preparations for his start. First the canoe was to be tried. She was taken down and placed in the water, and the sides under the half-decks were filled in with frozen geese and fish from the pile, which was still but little affected by the thaw. When she was thus brought down to nearly the weight she would have to carry, Godfrey and Luca took their places in her, dipped their paddles in the stream, shot out, and paddled about for some time in the still water behind the shelter of the point. Godfrey found to his satisfaction that she paddled easily, quite answering to his expectations. Then Luca, who had already practiced the maneuver on shore, stepped the masts, fastened the stays, and hoisted the sails. There was a light breeze from the south, and the boat ran rapidly along before it, till it was again abreast of the village. Then she was put about and made short tacks in the dead water. Godfrey found that she stood stiffly up to the canvas, and, as far as he could see, made little or no leeway. Then he returned to the village. The Ozjaks, who seldom made use of sails, and then only when dead before the wind, were perfectly astounded alike at the rapidity with which the boat glided through the water, and at the ease with which she came about, and were astonished beyond measure at seeing her make a zigzag progress in the teeth of the wind. Early the next morning, the rest of the preparations were completed. The tea, tobacco, cooking utensils, and other necessaries were stowed away under the deck astern of Godfrey, together with 20 pounds of fat. This had been carefully set aside for the purpose when animals were killed and cut up. It had been melted down in the chief's large pot and poured into a tin drinking mug, in which 4 strands of unraveled cord had been placed to act as wicks. The tin was dipped in ice water, and in a few minutes the fat solidified. Then the tin was dipped again, this time in hot water, and the short fat candle with its 4 wicks then came easily out, and the process was repeated. These candles weighed just about a pound each. Godfrey collected fat enough to make 50, but being afraid of overburdening the canoe, he decided that 20 must suffice, believing that he would be able to pick up driftwood as they coasted along. A store of pine wood torches was lashed on the deck on each side of the mast forward of Luca. The fishing spears, hatchets, and other articles for trade stowed away. The furs and their winter garments laid thickly at the bottom of the boat. They took with them Jack, Godfrey's favorite dog, and then, bestowing all the rest of their possessions on the Ozjeks, they took a hearty farewell of them, stepped on board, and started. They had at the last moment decided to take their old boat also with them. This was fastened by a tow rope behind the canoe. It was filled with frozen provisions, having been first lined with rough furs. Others were laid closely over them. In this way, Godfrey calculated that they would remain frozen for a long time. The rest of the store of flour and a stock of firewood were added. As to the extra weight of towing the canoe, it was immaterial, as, until they reached the mouth of the river, there would be no occasion for paddling, and beyond that the stock of provisions could be transferred to their own canoe to take the place of those used up on the way, and the craft could then be cast adrift. As there was a light breeze, however, the sail was hoisted, rather because it gave them steerage way than for any increase to their speed. As soon as the canoe shot out into the rougher water and the full force of the stream, Godfrey was still more delighted with the boat, the empty compartments fore and aft rendering her exceedingly buoyant. She had been built with somewhat higher sides than the canoes Godfrey had seen at home, and rose a good deal towards the ends, and she floated as lightly as a cork on the surface of the water. That afternoon they passed Turukhansk. Below this, the river widened out. In the evening they lowered the sail, as they did not wish to run the risk of striking either the shore or a piece of ice that might have got delayed on its journey. All night they hurried on, lying snugly in the bottom of the boat with the apron closed overhead. In the morning they found they were not far from the left bank, and that the river now was more than 4 miles wide. The sail was again hoisted and breakfast made, after which they got out their lines and hooks, baited, and dropped them into the water. During the course of the day they caught several fish, and picked up a considerable quantity of floating wood, which they stowed in the large canoe. "I think, Luca," Godfrey said, "that instead of letting our old boat go, we may as well keep it for a time. As long as there is wind, it makes no great difference to our speed, though, of course, it would be heavy if we were paddling. If we had bad weather, we could land and turn it bottom upwards, and there would be a hut ready made for us. This canoe is all right for sleeping in when the water is smooth, but with its steep keel, we could not sleep in it ashore." Luca was, as usual, quite of Godfrey's opinion. After this, they made the old boat their kitchen, for there was but little room in the canoe for cooking purposes, and it was, moreover, a relief to get into the roomy craft where they could move about as they pleased. As driftwood was abundant, they made their fires entirely of this, keeping their candles for the time when they might have to leave their store boat behind them. On the 3rd day, the river widened out greatly. They could no longer see the right bank, and Godfrey concluded that they were now in the Gulf of Yenisei. "The weather is going to change," Luca said the next morning. "The wind will soon be coming from the north, going to blow hard." "In that case, Luca, the sooner we are ashore the better. The current now is nothing like so swift as it was. I don't think we are going past the land at more than 3 miles an hour, but that would be quite enough if the wind comes from the north, to knock up a nasty sea in no time. Let us get our paddles out. There is not a breath of wind." In half an hour they reached the shore, but had to coast along for some time before they found a place free of rocks. "This will do, Luca. We are not a minute too soon. Those puffs just now were so strong that we made no way against them. Now then, jump out and get the canoe high and dry. They had retained their long boots and stepped out into water up to their knees. Then they lifted the canoe and carried it ashore. "It is heavier than it was when we put it in," Luca said. "I should think so. What with the furs and provisions, candles, and one thing and another, there must be 150 pounds weight in her. There, put her down here, Luca, and let us get the other up. We must take the things out first. Quick, man, the wind is getting up fast. Isn't it cold? We shall want our fur jackets on directly." The firewood and provisions were carried up some distance above the water's edge, and then the boat was lifted and placed beside them. A thick sleet had now set in, and the wind was blowing with tremendous gusts. "Now then, look about, Luca, and see if you can find a sheltered nook. I will pile stones into the well of the canoe so as to anchor her safely. If she were to be rolled over and over, her skin would soon be cut to pieces." Before he had finished this, Luca returned. "Good place here," he said. "Good shelter." "We'll finish this job first, Luca. This is much more important than our getting wet." As soon as it was done, they went to the large canoe, and lifting it, carried it away to the place Luca had found. A ridge of rock running back at a right angle from the shore, with a perpendicular face some 12 feet high. At one point there was a deep cleft in it, some 8 feet wide at the mouth, and narrowing gradually in. "Capital, Luca. We shall be as snug as possible here. Now turn her over and take her in." The cleft was so deep that the stern of the boat was, when she laid down bow foremost, fully 15 feet inside the entrance. "Now it may blow as much as it likes," Godfrey said. "It won't hurt us here. Now do you go and get some of the firewood. I will fetch some skins from the canoe and the sails." After getting out some provisions, the cooking utensils, and a couple of the candles, Godfrey returned to the boat. Then he made another journey for some more skins and the 2 sails. By this time, the wind was blowing so fiercely that he could scarcely stagger along with his load. The sea was covered with white heads, and the waves were breaking noisily against the rocks. Luca had already brought up plenty of firewood, and had thrown a large skin over the furs containing the frozen fish, and piled stones on it to prevent its being blown away. "Now, where will you put the fire?" he asked. "If you put it inside, it would burn the boat. If you put it outside, it would be no good to us." "I quite see that, Luca. We must make ourselves comfortable, for this storm may last for days for anything I know. We must prop this end of the boat up so that we can sit upright under it, with something to spare. We must pile up some stones a couple of feet high under each gunwale." In a quarter of an hour this was done. The sail was then laid over the boat, the ends being kept down by stones. "That is snug," Godfrey said. "Now we will put the mizzen over forward so as to keep the wind out right along." There were 4 feet of headroom at the entrance to the boat tent, and in front of this the fire was soon lit, one of the pine torches being cut up to start it with. The skins were laid upon the ground, and taking off their wet coats, they put on fur jackets. "Now we can see about breakfast, Luca." Luca had run down and filled the kettle, while Godfrey was fastening down the sail. This was placed on the fire, and as soon as it began to burn clear, some of the fish they had caught the day before were laid on the glowing embers, together with 2 legs of a goose. "The thing we are going to have most trouble about, Luca, is fresh water," Godfrey said as they ate their breakfast. Luca looked surprised. "When we once get beyond the stream of the Yenisei," he went on, "the water will be salt." "Salt," Luca repeated. "Yes, too salty to make tea with. We shall be all right for a time, no doubt. What with the melting snow and the rains we have had, there are sure to be lots of little streams running into the sea. But when the land dries, we shall be in a bad way." Luca looked serious. This was altogether beyond his experience. Of course, if we can get plenty of fresh fish, we shall get on fairly, as we shan't require much to drink. We will look about the rivers when I can get at the map. I know there is a small one called the Gida, running in just between the mouths of the Yenisei and Obi, and there is the Kara on farther, and then the Pechora. As far as I can remember, that is all that were marked, but of course, there may be lots of little streams that were not put down. There is one thing. If we find that we generally get wind and can keep the big boat with us, we could make her carry water as well as fuel. She would hold any quantity, for 6 barrels would not sink her above an inch. We should certainly get out of the difficulty that way. It gave me quite a fright at first. I felt so sure that I had thought of everything, and there, I never for a moment thought about the sea being salt. How it is blowing outside! It is lucky indeed you have found such a snug corner, Luca. For if we had been out in the open, we could only have piled stones in the boat to prevent it blowing away, and laying at full length underneath her, which would be all well enough for one night, but would be a frightful nuisance if it had to go on for 3 or 4 days. So sheltered were they, indeed, that they scarce felt the wind that was howling above them, and were as comfortable beneath their boat as they had been in their hut by the riverside. When it is as rough as this in the Gulf, Luca, it will be tremendous out at sea. Luca had never seen waves higher than those in some of the rapids of the upper river, and he was astonished at the white-headed waves and at the showers of spray they sent up as they struck the rocks. "Are the waves ever much bigger than this?" he asked. "Bigger? I should think so. Out in the open sea, one of the waves would make 100 of these." "Then they must break the vessels to pieces, Godfrey." "No, they are built very stout and strong, and very big. They get broken to pieces if the sea drives them against rocks, and sometimes, in very great storms, get so beaten by the waves that the planks open and the water runs in and they sink." "I should not like to go to sea if the waves were like that," Lucas said thoughtfully. "This is terrible. Why, if we had not come ashore in time, the boat would have sunk." "She would have made a good fight for it, Luca. With the apron tied in round us, we could stand a very heavy sea. So long as we keep her head to the waves, the water might wash over us, but it could not get in. And even if it did fill the space where we sleep, the compartments at the ends are quite buoyant enough to keep her up." "What would you do if you were out in what you call a great sea, Godfrey?" "I should lash the mast and the sail and our paddles and the firewood together, fasten our mooring rope to them, and throw them overboard. That would keep us head to sea, because these things would all float in the water, and the wind would not get hold of them. They call a contrivance like that a floating anchor. Then we would both lie down in the bottom, button the flaps over the holes in the cover, and lie there as snugly as possible. You see, our weight would be down quite low in the boat then, and that would keep her steady. Oh, we would get on capitally if there were plenty of room for us to drift." "How far have we to go now?" "I can't exactly tell you. I wish I knew. From the long jagged cape, which is the northern point of land on the western side of the Gulf of Yenisei, and forms the separation between it and the mouth of the Gulf of Obi, to Waigat's Straits, between the mainland and Waigat's Island, which lies south of the island called Nova Zembla, is about 250 miles in a straight line, but I should think it is quite 3 times that if we have to follow all the ins and outs of the shore. From there to Archangel, if we go into Archangel, is about 350 miles more, cutting across everything. If we had a current with us, like the stream of the Yenisei, we should make very short work of it. But unfortunately, there is nothing of that sort. Paddling steadily, we might go 3 miles an hour, say 100 miles in 3 days. If we had wind that would help us, of course we should go a great deal faster, because we should paddle and sail too. But if we don't go to the place you call Archangel, where should we go? We should keep far north of it, Luca, and sailing in a straight line nearly due west, should strike the northern coast of Norway, somewhere or other. I should say, from what I saw of it on the map, it would be 500 miles from Wygot's. But that would be madness for us to attempt. We might get caught in terrible storms. We might get into fogs. And as we have no compass, there we should lie, not knowing which way to go. No, we must stick to the land till we get to the mouth of the White Sea. With a favorable wind, we should get across that in a day, and then go on coasting again till we get beyond the Russian frontier. Then, at the first village we come to, we land, find out all about the distances, and arrange to get taken in reindeer sledges to some regular settlement. What sort of people are they there? Luca asked. They are the same sort of people as the Samoyedes. I don't know that they are just the same. Anyhow, they speak the same sort of language. Well, you know the northern Oshaks we stayed with speak nearly the same as the Samoyedes. You could hardly get on with them at first, because their talk was so different to that of the southern Oshaks, but you got to speak it quite easily at last. So I have no doubt you will be able to make any natives you may meet, whether they are Samoyedes or anything else, understand you without difficulty. What is it, Jack? What are you whining about? He asked the dog, who, having made a hearty meal, had been lying down between them while they were talking, but who now sat up, snuffing and whining uneasily. It may be either a fox or a bear, Lucas said, making his way farther back into the hut, and returning with his bow and arrows, Godfrey's gun, and the 2 spears. I hope it is a bear, Godfrey said, as he removed the charges of shot and rammed down bullets in their place. We don't want any more skins, unless it happens to be a black fox, which would be worth having. But a supply of bear meat would come in very handy. The dog's whine presently changed into an angry growl. Bear, sure enough. I expect he knows of this place, and has come here for shelter. He had much better have left it alone. It is lucky for us that the fire has burnt low. It would have scared him if it had been blazing. Lie down, Jack. Lying perfectly still, they presently heard a sharp snuffing noise, and a minute or 2 later a bear came round a corner of the rock. Astonished at the sight of the white object, the animal sat up on its haunches. Now! Luca exclaimed, and discharged his arrow at the same moment that Godfrey had pulled his trigger. The arrow struck the bear in the throat, and such was the force with which it was sent that the head showed at the back of the neck. Godfrey's bullet struck it in the chest, and the bear at once rolled over. Thinking it was killed, he crawled from under the boat and ran forward. But the animal suddenly rose to his feet. Running up alongside, he placed the muzzle close to its ear and pulled the other trigger. It is dead now, Luca, he shouted as he bent over it. At the same moment, he heard a cry of warning, and was simultaneously struck a heavy blow which stretched him on the ground beside the bear. It flashed through his mind that his assailant was the female bear. He had heard from the Oshaks that the best plan, if attacked by an enraged bear, was to sham death, and he therefore lay without moving a muscle as he was struck down. He heard the twang of Luca's bow and Jack's sharp barking close to his ear. Then, with a deep, angry growl, the bear left him and rushed toward the tent. Godfrey at once sprang to his feet. He had not brought his spear with him as he crawled out, but he sprang to the fire and dragged out a brand. Luca had discharged another arrow, and Jack was harassing the bear by snapping at its hind legs. In terror for the safety of the canoe, rather than that of Luca, who could, he knew, well defend himself, Godfrey leapt forward and struck the bear across the nose with the brand. With a roar of fury, it turned upon him, but as it did so, it exposed its side to Luca, who discharged another arrow behind its shoulder. It rolled over and over, but again gained its feet. The pause, however, had given Luca time to emerge from under the boat with his spear in his hand, and running up, he thrust it right through the body, and the bear fell over dead. Then he ran to Godfrey. "Are you hurt?" he asked. "I am hurt a bit, Luca, for I felt a sharp pain as the beast knocked me over, but I do not think it can be much. It was very lucky that we put our fur jackets on again. If it hadn't been for that, I expect he would have regularly laid open my shoulder." He took off his coat. The bear's claws had penetrated through the skin, and had scored 3 gashes on his shoulder. But these, Luca said, were of no great depth, and beyond making his arms stiff for paddling for a day or two, would matter little. They at once set about skinning the 2 bears, put the 4 hams carefully aside, cut off most of the meat, gave Jack another hearty meal, and then retired again to their shelter. My heart was in my mouth when I saw him rushing at the tent. If he had struck the boat, or thrown his weight upon it, it would have been a terrible business. "I was afraid too," Luca said. "I was just going to shoot again when you struck him on the nose, and so gave me a chance of hitting him in a vital spot. If it hadn't been for your blow, I should hardly have stopped him. He was so close that even if I wounded him mortally, he would have come down on the boat." "Well, it is fortunate it has ended so, Luca. It will be a lesson to me when I shoot a bear next to look out for its mate, and also not to leave my spear behind me, or to advance towards a bear I think dead until I have loaded my gun again." For 2 days longer they had to remain in their shelter, but the 3rd morning when they awoke, the wind had died away, and the sun was shining brightly. As there was still some sea on, Godfrey determined to stay another day and explore the coast a little. Leaving Luca to look after the boats and goods in case any more bears might be in the neighborhood, he started with Jack. He was amazed at the quantity of birds that he met with. Thrushes, wagtails, warblers, chiffchaffs, fieldfares, and red poles rose at every step. The air quivered with the song of innumerable larks, which mingled with those of the willow warblers. Snipe, in considerable numbers, sprang up and darted off with a sharp cry from almost under his feet. Plovers circled round and round. Ducks of various kinds passed between the shore. And as Godfrey supposed, inland swamps or lakes, martins in great numbers darted hither and thither, hawking for insects. Occasionally birds, which he supposed to be grouse, rose with a loud whir. Short as was the time since the snow had cleared off the ground, spring had come in with marvelous rapidity. The grass was already well nigh knee-deep, and flowers of various kinds were in full bloom. Where the ground was comparatively bare of grass, it was studded with the yellow blossoms of wild heart's ease, and amongst some stunted alder trees, Godfrey found a dwarf rose already in bud, and wild onions and wild rhubarb in flower. Then he came upon a broad expanse of a shrub that looked to him like a rhododendron, with a flower with a strong aromatic scent. Several times he heard the call of a cuckoo. On a patch of sand there were some wild anemones in blossom. Godfrey pulled a bulb of wild onion, cut off a slice, and tasted it. It was similar in flavor to the cultivated plant, but very sharp and acrid. However, he set to work and pulled up several dozen bulbs. They were small, not exceeding the size of a radish, but they would be very valuable, as one of them chopped fine would be sufficient to give a savor to a whole goose. Turning to the right and coming down upon the shore, he saw that the edge of the water was fringed with seagulls of various kinds, picking up tiny fish as the waves broke in sandy coves, or scuttling into the water and making sudden dips and dives into it. Farther out, flocks of black ducks were feeding, while 2 or 3 pairs of swans passed overhead going north. Presently he saw 3 or 4 native huts ahead. Some reindeer were grazing near them, and 3 boats were hauled upon the shore. These were doubtless Samoyedes. As soon as he caught sight of them, he turned. He had heard that the Samoyedes, although more friendly than the Tunguses with strangers, were much less to be depended upon than the Ozjeks, and as he had no faith in being able to explain what he was doing there with his comparatively limited command of the Ozjek language, he thought it better to return at once to Luka. He found, when he reached the tent, that the Tartar was beginning to feel anxious, for he had been 4 hours absent. As they had abundance of food, and had no occasion to trade with the natives at present, they decided not to pay a visit to them. As soon as dinner had been cooked, they set to work to get everything in readiness for a start. The stores were taken out of the canoe, and she was carried down to within a few feet of the water. The tent was dismantled, and the boat also carried down. Then they devoted themselves for the rest of the afternoon to collecting more driftwood, for the water was again falling, and the highest level it had reached was strewn with debris. As there was now no practical distinction between night and day, they lay down and slept for 4 or 5 hours, then put the large canoe into the water, and placed the firewood in her, with the stock of flour, frozen meat, and the bear's flesh. Then with the kettle and frying pan, they bailed 8 or 10 buckets of water into her, for Godfrey did not know how soon the river would become brackish. They spread the bearskin over all, then having carefully repacked the canoe, they put her also into the water, stepped the mast, took their places in her, hoisted the sail, and with the boat in tow started north again. The wind was from the south, and with the assistance of the current they went along rapidly, but nevertheless the paddles were got to work, as, now that they were fairly on their way again, every mile gained was of importance. They kept about a mile from shore so as to take advantage of the current. In 20 minutes the native encampment was passed. They saw no one moving about there, and supposed they must all be asleep, for the sun was low down on the horizon. Godfrey's watch was still going, but as he had had no opportunity of comparing it with any other timepiece for just a year, he could only consider it to be an approximate guide. Once a month or so, he had made a point of setting it. This he did by sticking up a pole and measuring the shadow it cast, knowing that this would be at its shortest at 12 o'clock. By this means, he calculated that he was never more than half an hour wrong. The shore continued very flat, and once or twice they saw sand banks stretching out a considerable distance. Sometimes both paddled. Sometimes Godfrey steered only, and Luka laid in his paddle. 3 times in the course of the day the big canoe was pulled up, and Luka went on board and cooked a meal, the flat slab on which they lit their fire having been raised 3 or 4 inches above the bottom to keep it out of the water. Hitherto, Godfrey had done all the steering when the boat was under sail, but he now instructed Luka. Little teaching was, indeed, needed, as the steering was done with the paddle, and Luka was accustomed to keeping the boat straight when paddling. He was, however, nervous with the sail, which was boomed straight out with a light spar Godfrey had cut for the purpose. However, as the wind was dead aft, there was no fear of this jibing, so long as the boat's course was kept true. This was rendered all the more easy by the steady drag of the boat astern. 12 hours after starting, Godfrey told Luka to lie down and sleep, as he intended that so long as they had favorable winds, they should continue their voyage without stopping. There was no occasion for going ashore. The bear's flesh would last them as long as it kept good, and they had plenty of water on board for at least a fortnight. In a few minutes, Luka was sound asleep. Jack lay on the deck in front of him, sometimes sleeping, sometimes waking up, and giving a sharp bark in reply to the cry of a seagull passing overhead, or a flock of black ducks skimming along close to the surface of the water within 50 yards of the boat. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Condemned as a Nihilist, The Story of Escape from Siberia by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Grace Silvey. Chapter 15, Coasting. The current was now losing its power, and Godfrey, dipping his hand into the water and then putting it to his lips, found that it was distinctly brackish, and congratulated himself upon having laid in a stock of water when he did. After Luca had slept for 6 hours, Godfrey roused him. "Now, Luca, you must take my place and steer. Move very carefully, else we shall capsize her. That is it. Now, if there is any change, you lean forward and touch me. I shall wake in a moment. If the sail should shift over to the other side, all you have got to do is to shift this sheet to its fastening on that side. With this slight wind, jibing does not matter at all, but if the wind freshens, wake me at once." For a quarter of an hour, Godfrey watched to see that Luca steered steadily. Then he worked himself down in the cockpit and closed his eyes. It did not seem to him that he had been asleep long when Luca touched him. "I would not have woke you," Luca said, "but the land seems going right away from us." Godfrey sat up. "So it is, Luca. I should not be surprised if that is the extreme northern point. Of course, it may be only a deep bay, but at any rate we must see." He looked at his watch. "Why, I have been asleep nearly 7 hours. Now, Luca, you had better haul the boat alongside, and see about cooking. We forgot to try those onions yesterday. Cut one up small, and put it in the pan with the meat. By the by, you had better tie a piece of cord to those 4 bears' hams, and let them tow overboard for 2 or 3 hours. The water must be quite salt now, and when you take them out, we will rub a little fresh salt into them. They ought to keep well then." As soon as Luca had got into the boat, Jack jumping in with him, as he always made a point of superintending the cooking operations, Godfrey took his place in the stern, jibed the sail, which had before been on the port quarter, over to starboard, brought her head somewhat to the north of west, and hauled in the sheet. Lying over till the water nearly touched her gunwale, the light little craft would have gone speedily along had it not been for the drag of the boat astern. This, however, towed lightly, for she was loaded with but a very small proportion of the weight she would carry. Godfrey judged, by the objects on the shore, that they could not be going along less than 3 miles an hour. In 6 hours the land trended away due south, and he knew that they had now reached the first of the 2 deep bays they would have to pass before reaching the northern extremity of the cape. He kept on his course, and an hour later, with the exception of the low coast nearly astern, no land was to be seen. Luca, who was paddling steadily, looked round. He had such implicit confidence in his companion that he was quite sure the boat was keeping the right course. But he had a vague sense of uneasiness at seeing nothing but sea around him. "How do you know which way to go?" he asked. "I know that, by keeping on the same way we were going past the last land. We shall strike the coast again on the other side of this bay. I think it is 20 or 30 miles across. I can tell the way by the wind in the first place, and in the second place by the position of the sun. You see, it is over my right shoulder at present. There is the mark of my shadow on the side. I have got to keep it about there, making some allowance for the change in the position of the sun." Luca understood this. "But suppose the wind was to change," he said. "I should know it by the position of the sun. You see, at present it comes nearly due south, and is blowing almost straight towards the sun. But if it were very cloudy, or at night when I could not see the sun, I should not be able to tell. Then, after holding on till I felt sure that we were well past the mouth of this bay, I should put her about on the other tack, and should be sure to come upon the land sooner or later. Anyhow, even in the darkest night, we should know if the wind had gone round to the north, as it would be so much colder. Besides, there is never a great shift of wind like that without knowing it. The one wind is sure to drop, and there would be something like a dead calm before the other set in. Anyhow, with a bright sun and a steady wind like this, we cannot go wrong, and you will see land ahead in 7 or 8 hours. It was less than 6 hours when Godfrey saw the low land ahead, and they were presently coasting along it again with the wind free, for they were now running but little to the west of north. 30 miles farther there was another break in the coast. "That was a first-rate map I made the tracing from," Godfrey said. "The coastline is most accurately marked. Now, we have another run of about the same distance as the last. Then there is about 50 miles almost due north. Then we shall round this other cape." They made the passage safely across, although it took them longer than the first, for the wind dropped lighter, and they had both to use their paddles. "We have just done it in time, Luca, and that is all. If we had been half an hour later, there would be nothing for it but to anchor. Look at that white cloud on the water. That is a fog. We are only just in time. I am heading for that cove. Paddle hard, Luca, or it will be on us now before we get there." They had just entered the cove, which was 40 or 50 feet wide, and ran as many yards into the land, when the fog rolled over them. "It is like a wet blanket," Godfrey said. "It is 30 or 40 degrees colder than it was a minute back. Paddle very slowly and carefully now, Luca, and dip your paddle deeply in. I want to go as far up this creek as I can, but I don't want to run ashore." Very gently they paddled on until Godfrey felt the ground at a depth of about 3 feet. "That will do nicely," he said. "Now I will drop the anchor over." The anchor was one of Osjack manufacture. It consisted of a long, flat, narrow stone weighing about 6 pounds. To each of the flat sides were lashed 2 pieces of fir, about 1.5 inches in diameter. They projected a few inches below the stone, and were cut off just below a branch of about 1 inch in diameter and 8 or 10 inches long. These branches, when growing, bent downwards and slanted at an angle closely resembling that of the fluke of an anchor with the upright. The whole, therefore, was an excellent imitation of an anchor with 4 flukes, 2 on each side, the stone serving as a weight. This was thrown out of the bow of the canoe, and a couple of fathoms of line let out. Then Godfrey hauled up the larger boat and fastened it alongside. They could just make out the outline of the shore about 15 feet on either side of them. "We must take to our fur jackets again, Luca. My teeth are chattering. And after working as hard as we have been doing for the last 3 or 4 hours, it won't do to get a chill. I am as hungry as a hunter. We had breakfast at 5 o'clock by my watch, and it is 3 now." Luca soon lit the fire in the boat. The provisions in the canoe had been finished 2 days before, as they had been obliged to throw overboard what they had not eaten, owing to its having become unfit for use. The food, however, wrapped up in furs in the boat, was still solidly frozen. They cut a couple of fish out of the mass and placed them in the frying pan, stuck a wooden skewer through some pieces of bear's meat, and held them in the flame, and hung the bear's hams, as they did each time they cooked, in the smoke of the fire. "We must try to get some more fish next time we set sail, Luca. I am sure we passed through several shoals of fish by the swirling of the water." It was 36 hours before the fog cleared off, swept away by a southwesterly wind. As they had nothing to do but to eat and sleep during this time, they got up their anchor and hoisted their sail the moment the fog cleared off, and in 18 hours reached the sharp point of the cape. Rounding this, Godfrey said, "Now, Luca, we are at the mouth of the Gulf of Obi. It is nearly 200 miles, according to this map, to the opposite side, and we daren't try to make that. Besides, the wind has been getting more to the west and would be right in our teeth. For you see by this tracing, the opposite point of land is a good bit to the south of west. There is nothing for it but for us to keep along this shore for something like 150 miles. We can lay our course well with this wind. The gulf won't be more than 80 miles wide there, and we can strike across and coast down the opposite bank. It seems a long way round, but we shall do it as quickly as we should beating right across in the teeth of this wind. I doubt if we could do that at all with this craft behind us." Fortunately, the wind was not high, or they could not have ventured out, as a heavy swell would have set in from the other side of the gulf. They kept their course within half a mile of the shore. "What are those black things on that low point?" Godfrey asked. "I can hear them barking. They must be tremendously big dogs, if they are dogs." "They are seals," Luca said. "They go right up the rivers in summer, and the Samoyedes and Uruks kill great numbers on the coast. They eat the flesh and sell the teeth for ivory." "Well, we don't want them at present," Godfrey said. "But if we fall short of food, we will see whether we can kill some. At present, the great thing is to get on." Night and day, the canoe kept on her way. Except when Godfrey was asleep, Luca did not steer, for he did not like the management of the sail, especially now that the boat at times heeled over a great deal with the beam wind. He himself took his sleep by fits and starts 2 or 3 hours at a time, and except when cooking, paddled away assiduously. Twice Godfrey was lucky enough to bring down some ducks when a flock swept past the boat within shot. They had, too, a supply of fresh fish, for Godfrey now always had 2 lines out towing astern, with some white geese feathers fastened to the hooks as bait. Ordinarily they caught nothing, but they passed through several large shoals of fish, and at these times they pulled them out as fast as they could haul in and let go the lines, sometimes bringing in 3 or 4 at a time, as there were 6 hooks on each line. These fish were herrings, and they formed a welcome change. Luca had never seen one before, for although they penetrate for some distance up the great rivers, they never ascend to the upper waters. Jack, too, benefited greatly, for of late he had been kept on somewhat short rations, as they had now been reduced to the 4 half-cured bear hams and a comparatively small stock of frozen food. On the 5th day, after rounding the cape, the wind, which had been gradually getting lighter, dropped altogether, and for the next 2 days both of them worked steadily with their paddles. "We must have made a good 200 miles, Godfrey said, "and we could safely venture to strike across in such quiet weather as this. But there is a river marked on the chart as coming in somewhere here, and I want to find it if I can. There is water enough for another week, but it begins to taste horribly of skin, and besides that, it has a considerable mixture of ashes. I am sure we must be very close to it. Indeed, according to my calculation of 200 miles, we ought to have passed it already. Anyhow, we will keep on until we get there." Godfrey was not far out, for late in the day they saw an opening of some 50 yards wide in the bank. They at once made for it, and entering it, paddled along as near the bank as they could go, to avoid the current. Godfrey tasted the water from time to time, and after paddling for 2 hours, pronounced it perfectly sweet. "We will land here, Luca. I am sure we both want to stretch our limbs a bit and have a rest. Look about for a good place to land. The banks are too steep to be able to get this big canoe up, but we can carry the other. It is light enough now." They presently found a place where a portion of the bank had fallen in and left a gap. Here they landed, moored the large canoe to the shore, and carried the other up the bank. An exclamation of pleasure broke from Godfrey at the wide expanse of bright green dotted with flowers. Jack was exuberant in his delight, circling round and round like a wild thing, barking loudly, and occasionally throwing himself down to roll. The 2 paddles were driven firmly into the ground, the sail unlaced from the yard, which was lashed to the paddles as a ridgepole, over which the sail was thrown. The furs were taken out of the boat and spread in the tent. "We will have a cup of tea, Luca, and then turn in for 12 hours' sleep. I am sure we deserve it." After a long rest, they woke thoroughly refreshed. Then, while Luca was lighting a fire, Godfrey went down to the river, stripped, and had a short swim, the water being too cold to permit his stopping more than 2 or 3 minutes in it. When they had had breakfast, he said, "Now, Luca, Do you go down to the boat, take the firewood out, and then sluice the boat thoroughly with water and get it perfectly clean. By the time you have done that, I shall be back, and we will then lift her out of the water and turn her bottom upwards to dry thoroughly. Then we will melt down some of that bear fat we saved, and give her a thorough rubbing with it. But we will leave that job until tomorrow. It will take 24 hours for her to dry. I am going out with my gun to see what I can shoot. The whole place seems full of birds, though they are mostly small ones. Still, I might come across something better. You had better keep Jack with you." Godfrey's expedition was not a very successful one. He brought back 4 grouse and a dozen small birds, which he had killed with a single shot, firing into the thick of a flock that flew by overhead. The grouse were roasted for dinner, and Godfrey found to his satisfaction that Luca had baked a pile of cakes, this being the first time they had tasted bread for a fortnight, as it demanded more time and attention than they could spare to it in the boat. Luca told him that several flights of black duck had passed up the river while he had been at work at the boat, and volunteered to grease the boat next day if Godfrey would try to get a shot at them. "It will be of no use my trying to shoot them on the river," Godfrey said, "as I should have no means of picking them up. And I can tell you I found the water too cold this morning to care about stripping and swimming out for them. I will have another try on the plain. I saw 4 or 5 deer today, but only the first passed within shot, and as I had not a bullet in the gun, he got off without my firing at him. I will try tomorrow if I can't stalk one." Accordingly, the next day, Godfrey set out. After an hour's walking, he saw 3 deer. He worked round very cautiously so as to get a clump of bushes between him and them, and then crawled up to it and looked through. They were 150 yards away, and he had no confidence in his gun at that distance. He stood for some time thinking, and then remembered he had read that on the American plains the deer were often decoyed into coming close up to the hunter by working upon their curiosity. He drew his ramrod out from his gun, put the cap he wore, which was the fur one with tails, onto the end of it, pushed this through the bushes, and began to wave it to and fro. The deer caught sight of it immediately, and stood staring at it for a minute or two, ready to bound away should the strange object seem to threaten danger. As nothing came of it, they began to move towards it slowly and with hesitation, until they gathered in a group at a distance of not more than 50 yards. Godfrey, while waving the cap with one hand, was holding his gun in readiness with the other. Feeling sure that he could not miss the mark now, he gently lowered the cap and raised his gun to his shoulder. Slight as was the movement, it startled the deer, but as they turned to fly, he fired both barrels at the shoulder of the one nearest to him, and had the satisfaction of seeing it fall, while its companions dashed away over the plain. He ran up to the fallen animal and found that it was already dead, both bullets having struck it in the region of the heart. He proceeded to cut off the head and the lower parts of the legs, opened and cleaned it, and was then able to lift it onto his shoulder. As he neared the tent, Jack came tearing along to meet him with loud barks of welcome. "Yes, I have got food for you for some time, Jack, though it does not seem to me that you do much to earn it." Luca was at work greasing the boat. Godfrey called him up to the bank. "We must try and do something to preserve the meat, Luca." "Shall we rub it with salt, Godfrey?" "We can spare some salt, but not much. It would never do to be left without that. We can do well enough without bread, but we can't do without salt." "Smoke it well," Luca said. "We might try that, but I'm afraid those hams are beginning to go." "Not smoke enough, Godfrey." "No, I suppose not. They must have plenty, lots of smoke." "Well, there is plenty of wood to make smoke with." "We must keep it close," Luca said. "We ought to smoke it for 2 days." "We can keep it close enough by cutting some poles and making a circular tent with a sail. It will spoil its whiteness, but that is of no great consequence. You had better leave the boat for the present, Luca, and come with me and cut poles and boughs for the fire." Taking hatchets, they started out and presently cut 8 poles 10 feet long. "Now, which is the best wood for smoking it with?" "Pine makes the best smoke next to oak." "There are plenty of stunted pines about, and I should think some of this aromatic shrub with it would be good. I will make up 2 big bundles of that, and we will take them in the poles back first. Then we will cut some pine boughs." As all these were obtained within a few hundred yards of the camp, they had soon materials for their fire. The poles were then stuck in a circle and lashed together at the top, the sail taken down and wrapped round it. It was not large enough, but by adding the storm sail and the hide of the deer, the covering was made complete. Then a number of sticks were tied from pole to pole across it. The deer flesh was then cut up into strips of about a foot long, 3 or 4 inches wide, and half an inch thick, and these were hung over the sticks until the whole of the deer was so disposed of. The 3 remaining bear hams were also hung up, and a fire of the pine wood was then, with some difficulty, lighted and some of the sweet-smelling shrub laid on it. Godfrey, who had undertaken this part of the business, while Luca went back to the boat, crawled out from the tent almost blinded. "By Jove," he said as he closed the aperture, "if it is as bad as that, now that it is only just lighted, the meat ought to be smoked as dry as a chip by tomorrow." Godfrey had nothing to do now but to watch the smoke rising from the opening at the top of the tent, opening the entrance a little whenever it slackened, drawing the sticks together with an iron ramrod, and throwing on a fresh armful of the fuel. Having finished greasing the boat, Luca did the same to the canoe. They spent the next 24 hours in alternately sleeping, collecting driftwood on the river bank, and attending to the fire, which had to be watched carefully, and some dry splinters added from time to time to give the green wood to keep alight. Every hour or 2 a piece of meat was taken out and examined, and in 30 hours from the time of lighting the fire, Luca pronounced that it was done. The strips had shriveled to half their former thickness, and were almost black in color. "They will give us plenty of work for our teeth, Luca," Godfrey said. "They look almost like shoe leather, but perhaps they will be better than they look. I once tasted some smoked reindeer tongues. At least, they called them reindeer tongues, but I do not suppose they were. And they were first-rate. Now, there is nothing more to do. Let us get ready for another start." The sail was taken off and the poles chopped into 5 feet lengths. "We will lay them in the bottom of the boat, Luca, 4 long ways and 4 crossways. As there are 16 of them, that will make the top line 5 or 6 inches above the floor. Then we will lay our firewood on them, and that way it won't get wet with the water, and, what is quite as important, it won't dirty the water." This was done. The flour and deer's flesh were stowed on similar platforms fore and aft of the firewood and covered with skins. Some 12 buckets of water were then bailed in. What remained of the frozen provisions was inspected, but it was agreed that as it had already melted a good deal, it would not be eatable much longer, and as they had food enough to last for some time, it was of no use keeping it. It was therefore broken up. Jack was allowed to eat as much as he wanted, and the rest was left. When everything was packed, the canoe was carried down and placed in the water, and they took their places. Jack jumped on board, and a fresh start was made. As soon as they emerged from the small river, they struck out straight from the land. The wind was light and from the north, and both took their paddles. Their 4 days' rest had done them good, and the canoe, under the influence of sail and oar, went fast through the water. 24 hours ought to take us across," Godfrey said. "The gulf looks from 80 to 90 miles across at the point where the river runs into it. We must head rather to the south, for there is sure to be a current out in the middle, as the Obi is a big river." It was, however, 30 hours before they reached the opposite shore. Godfrey accounting for the difference on the supposition that the stream must have been a good deal stronger than they expected, and must have drifted them down a long way. They found, indeed, that even inshore they were passing the land at a rate of nearly 2 miles an hour. "That is all the better, Luca, for with this north wind our sail will be no good to us. We may as well get it down at once and stow it. The shores are muddy, I see, so we shall not hurt the canoe if we should drift up against it. That is a comfort, for we can both go to sleep. I am sure after 30 hours paddling with only 2 or 3 long easies, we deserve a rest. First of all, we must have a meal. One does not know whether to call it dinner or supper when there is no night and we sleep just when we are tired." They had caught 8 or 10 fish as they came across, passing through a great shoal of herrings. In half an hour the kettle was boiling over the fire, the fish were hissing and crackling in the frying pan over it, and a strip of deer's flesh, with the ramrod run through it, was frizzling. It was pronounced excellent. There was a slight aromatic bitterness that gave a zest and flavor to it, and the flesh inside was by no means so tough as Godfrey had expected to find it. When all 3 of the voyagers had satisfied their hunger, the brands were as usual extinguished, the embers thrown overboard. Then, returning to the canoe, they lay down, and were in a very few minutes fast asleep. They slept for 6 hours, and when they awoke, the land was no longer in sight. "It is lucky there is no fog," Godfrey said, "and that we have the sun to act as a compass. We can't be many miles out. We won't make straight for shore, Luca. We will head about northwest, so as to edge in gradually. There must be a good deal of current here, and it will be helping us along." In an hour, the low line of coast was visible, and they then headed still more to the north. "There must be a good 3-mile-an-hour current here," Godfrey observed presently. "We are going along first rate past the shore. It took us over 5 days to come up. At this rate, we shall go down in 2. They paddled steadily for 12 hours, stopping once only to cook a meal. Then they went close inshore again, had supper, and slept. When they woke, they found they were still within a mile of the shore, and the current was now taking them along no more than a mile an hour. "The gulf must be wide here, Luca. I don't think we should gain anything by going out 4 or 5 miles farther, so we will keep about as we are. We ought to be at the point by the end of today's work. We were 200 miles up. I expect we drifted down 25 miles in crossing, and we must have passed the land at a good 5 miles an hour yesterday, so that we ought not to be more than 30 or 40 miles from the point, for this peninsula does not go as far north as the other by 20 or 30 miles. After 8 hours paddling, they found themselves at the mouth of a deep bay. "That is all right," Godfrey said, examining his tracing. "That land on the farther side of the bay is the northern point of the gulf. We will paddle across there and anchor by the shore for tonight. Tomorrow we shall have a long paddle, for it is 70 or 80 miles nearly due west to a sheltered bay that lies just this side of Cape Golovina. Once round that, we have nearly 400 miles to go nearly due south into Kara Bay. This long tongue of land we are working round is called the Yamal Peninsula. Once fairly down into Kara Bay, we shall leave Siberia behind us, and the land will be Russia." They struck across the bay and landed under shelter of the cape. The land was higher here than any they had before met, and after their sleep Godfrey took his gun, accompanied by Jack, and ascended the hill. "It is rum," he said to himself, as he gazed over the wide expanse of sea to the north, "that this should be one sheet of ice in the winter. I do not like the look of those clouds away to the north. I think we are going to have either a fog or a gale. We won't make a move till we see. This coast seems rocky, and it won't do to make along it unless we have settled weather." He returned and told Luca, and then wandered away again, as he had seen that birds were very plentiful, and he returned in 3 hours to the boat, with a dozen grouse, 6 ptarmigan, and a capercailzie. Godfrey was now a good shot, and the birds, never having been disturbed by the approach of man, were so tame that he had no difficulty whatever in making a bag. As he went down to the boat, he congratulated himself that they had not made a start, for the sky was now overcast, and the wind was already blowing strongly. "We will have some bread today, Luca. These birds deserve something to eat with them, and our flour is holding out well. We have not eaten above 20 pounds since we started. I wish we had some yeast or something to make it rise. By the by, I have an idea. Don't mix that till I come back, Luca." Here, as when he landed on the Yenisei, he had seen numbers of rough nests on the ground, the birds being so tame that they often did not fly off even when he passed quite close to them. He returned to a spot where he had seen these nests quite thick, and had no difficulty in collecting a large number of little eggs of a great variety of color. "I expect about 2 out of every 3 are bad," he said. "We shall have to break them singly to find out the good ones. Fancy making a cake of sparrows' eggs." Upon breaking them, he found that not more than 1 in 5 was good. Still, there were quite enough for the purpose. The frying pan was used as a basin, and in these he made a sort of batter of eggs and flour. By the time he had done this, 4 of the grouse were nearly roasted. He poured the batter into the empty kettle, melted some deer's fat in the pan, and then poured in the batter again. Then he washed out and filled the kettle and placed it upon the fire. "Now, by the time the water is boiling, Luca, the batter and the grouse will be cooked. That is what we call a Yorkshire pudding at home. It will go splendidly with the birds." The pudding turned out really good, and they enjoyed the meal immensely, Jack having the bones of the 4 birds for his share, together with the solitary fish they had caught the day before. By the time they had finished, they were glad to get up their tent, which they pitched with the entrance close to the fire, for even in the shelter spot where they were, fierce gusts of cold wind swept down upon them. The canvas of the tent was fastened down by heavy stones placed upon it, the furs brought in, and everything made snug. For 3 days the storm raged. "It is a nuisance losing so much time," Godfrey said. "It was somewhere about the middle of June when we started, and there are only 3 months of open weather here. Every day is of importance. I shan't so much mind when we get to the mouth of the Pechora, for I heard from one of the Russians in the prison that canoes often go as far as that from Archangel to trade. So I shall feel, when we get there, that we are getting into civilized regions. It is about 400 miles from Kara Bay, so that we have got a good 800 miles to travel before we get there. We can certainly paddle 40 miles a day by sticking to it steadily, but allowing for another stoppage of 4 days, and we can't allow less than that. That will be a fortnight. How long have we been now, Luca? There is nothing to count time from." Luca shook his head. "Well, it is somewhere above 3 weeks, Godfrey went on, so that by the time we get to the mouth of the Pechora, it will be the last week in July. That will give us a couple of months, but I fancy we can't count much on the weather in September. Still, if the canoes go from Archangel to Pechora and back, we ought to be able to do it from Pechora, for the distance from there to Archangel is a good deal less than from the mouth of the Yenisei to the Pechora. There is one thing. If the weather gets very bad on the way, or we get laid up by bad weather for a long time on the way to Pechora, we can go up the river, I hear, to a place called Ust-Zhima, and from there go overland to Archangel. It is about 200 or 250 miles across, and we could walk that in 10 days. I am quite sure that we should not be suspected of being anything but what we look. And at Archangel, there is sure to be a British consul, and he would put us up to the best plan of getting out of the country. However, There will be plenty of time to see about that as we get on. The wind fell on the morning of the 4th day, but it would be some hours before the sea would have gone down sufficiently for them to make a start. Godfrey again went out shooting, this time accompanied by Luca. Godfrey was as fortunate as he had been before, shooting 3 capercailzie and 19 grouse, while Luca brought down with his arrows 4 capercailzie, which he found sitting on stunted trees. On their way back to the boat, they collected a great quantity of eggs, and came upon a rabbit warren. "Do not shoot," Luca said, as Godfrey cocked his gun. "It will frighten them all into their holes. If you will go on with the dog, I will lie down here, and will bring you as many rabbits as I can carry." 2 hours later, he came down to the tent with 24 rabbits he had shot. After cooking 2 of them, and giving 1 to Jack as his share, they packed up all their belongings and again took to the canoe. They used their paddles until round the cape, and then heading westward, hoisted their sail, for what wind there was still from the north, and the help it afforded was sufficient greatly to reduce the labor of paddling. They kept steadily on, one or other taking occasional snatches of sleep. But with this exception, and that of the time spent by Luca in cooking, they continued to paddle until, 40 hours after starting, they reached Cape Golovina, passing between it and Belloc Island. They did not make the halt they had intended under shelter of the cape, for the weather was fine, and Godfrey wanted to take advantage of the north wind as long as it lasted. Once round the cape, they headed nearly due south, and the wind, freshening a little, drove them along merrily, and they were able to cease paddling, and to take a fair proportion of sleep alternately. Luca was now getting more accustomed to the management of the sail, and no longer feared an occasional jibe, and night and day, if it could be called night when the sun never set, they continued their voyage along the coast of the Yamal Peninsula. At the end of the 4th day, the wind freshened so much that the large sail was taken down, and the leg of mutton sail substituted for it. But as the wind continued to rise, and the sea to get up fast, Godfrey began to look out for some spot into which to run for shelter. The coast was very indented and broken, and in 2 hours they passed the mouth of a deep bay into which the boat was at once directed, and was presently moored under the shelter of its northern bank. "She is a splendid sea-boat," Godfrey said. "If it wasn't for the boat in tow, I should not mind what weather I was out in her." Their stay was of short duration, for in a few hours the wind sank again. "I don't think it is done yet," Godfrey said, when they were beyond the shelter of the bay. "I fancy it will blow up again presently. Still, we may as well push on. I think it is rather more from the east than it was." For the next 24 hours, however, there was no very marked change in the force of the wind, but it had now veered round to the northeast. "We are getting well down now," Godfrey said. "We have been sailing for 5 days, and we have certainly been running a good 3 miles an hour from the time we rounded the cape. So we are 350 miles down. I should say we must be entering Kara Bay." "Very bad weather coming," Lucas said, looking back. Godfrey turned round. A heavy black cloud was sweeping up with a misty line below it. "By Jove, you are right. That is a big squall, and no mistake. There is no bay to run to here, Luca, and we could not get there in time if there was. We must do as I talked about. Quick, lower the sail down. There is not a moment to lose. No, wait until I bring her up head to the wind. Now then, down with it. Now unstep the mast. Lash that in the boom, the other sail, and it spar together. That is the way." And with their joint efforts, the work was accomplished in a couple of minutes. "Now then, fasten this rope to your end, Luca. I will tie the other end to mine. That is right. It is long enough to make a good big angle. Now, fasten the head rope to the middle. Be sure it is put in the middle, Luca. That is right. Now, launch it overboard." The work was done as quickly as it is described, and in 3 minutes from the time the mast was lowered, the canoe was riding to the floating anchor. "Now then, Luca, on with the apron." "Shall we sit up?" "No, we will lie down. Cover up the holes and lash them carefully when we are in. It is going to be a drencher, and it is of no use our getting wet through to begin with. We could not do anything with the paddles." They had scarcely made themselves snug when, with a roar, a deluge of rain fell on the deck and cover, and a moment later even this sound was partly deadened by the howl of the wind. Although their heads were close together, Godfrey felt sure it would be utterly useless to make any remark. He felt under no uneasiness, for, with their weight well down and anchored head to sea, he felt sure that the light canoe would ride over anything like a cork bottle. The motion of the boat rapidly increased, but she herself rode lightly over the waves. As these increased, the jerking of the boat behind at her rope became more and more violent, and the canoe quivered from end to end with the shocks. "This will never do," Godfrey said to himself. "The boat will pull the stern out of her. It will be an awful loss to cut her adrift, but it can't be helped." He unlashed the fastenings of the cover of the circular hole above him, reached his hand forward, and got hold of Luca's paddle, and passed it with his own out through the hole. Then he sat up himself. Confident as he felt in the canoe, he was almost frightened at the wild aspect of the sea. The wind was literally howling, driving the rain before it with a force that stung Godfrey's neck as it struck it. He got out a strip of deerskin lashing, of which there was a supply always close at hand under the deck, lashed the paddles together, and then, leaning aft, lashed them at the center firmly to the tow rope. Then, with some difficulty, he got out his knife and cut the rope close to its fastening. The paddles flew overboard, and the boat drifted rapidly astern, the drag of the paddles being, as Godfrey observed with satisfaction, sufficient to keep her head to wind. Then he wriggled himself down underneath the apron again, and lashed down the cover of the hole. End of Chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Condemned as a Nihilist, The Story of Escape from Siberia by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Grace Silvey. Chapter 16. A Samoyede Encampment. The action of the canoe was altogether changed as soon as it was released from the strain of the boat behind. There was no more tugging and jarring, but she rose and fell on the waves almost imperceptibly. "Well, Jack, old fellow, what do you think of it?" Godfrey said to the dog as it nestled up close to him. "Here we are now, out in a regular storm. It is lucky we have plenty of sea room, Jack. I reckon it is 70 or 80 miles across to the other side of the gulf, and I don't suppose she can drag those spars through the water much more than a mile an hour. So we have plenty of time before us. We must both put away as much time and sleep as we can. We have lost almost all our provisions, old boy, and our water, which was of still more consequence. It is very lucky I always made a rule of having the kettle filled and put on board here after each meal, and of keeping a dozen pounds of meat here. I thought we might be obliged to catch the boat adrift suddenly. Well, if we have luck, we may find it again. We shall both drift in the same line, and there is no reason why she shouldn't live through it. The stock of firewood has gone down, and she has not got above a couple of 100 pounds weight in her altogether. I am afraid she will take enough salt water on board to spoil our supply of fresh, but I think we are drifting pretty straight for the Kara River. I calculated that it lay dead to leeward of us when the wind went to the northwest. It was a considerable time before Godfrey went off to sleep, owing to the rapid changes of the angle at which he was lying. Sometimes his head was 2 or 3 feet higher than his feet, and directly afterwards the position was exactly reversed. The rolling was but slight, and this he scarcely felt, being too tightly packed in along with the furs and the dog to move much. But at last the noise of the water and the roar of the wind lulled him to sleep. He woke once and then went off again, and his watch told him that he had been altogether asleep 12 hours. When he next woke, he felt at once that the motion was lighter than it had been, and the wind had greatly abated. "Are you asleep, Luca?" he shouted. "I am not asleep now," Luca replied drowsily. "The storm is pretty nearly over. I will get the cover off and look round, and then we will see if we can't boil some water and have some tea. We have never used any of those candles yet. This will be a good opportunity to try them." Unlashing and removing the cover, Godfrey sat up and looked round. The gale had broken. Black clouds were hurrying past overhead, but there were patches of blue sky. The sea was still very heavy, but it was rarely that the canoe dipped her nose under a wave, so lightly did she rise and fall over them. "In a few hours we shall have our sail up again, Luca," he said, as the Tartar thrust his head up through his opening. It was but for a moment. He instantly dived under again, and replaced the cover, appalled at the sea, which was infinitely rougher than anything he had ever before witnessed. "It looks pretty bad, doesn't it?" Godfrey said, laughing, as he too resumed his position of shelter. "It is terrible," Luca said. "I expect it has been worse. At any rate, as you can see, we have got through it without taking a drop of water on board, thanks to the floating anchor. Now, I will pass the kettle forward to you. Be very careful with it, for it is all the water we have." "All the water? Why, what has become of the boat?" Luca exclaimed. "I had to cut her adrift half an hour after the squall struck us. Did you not hear me look out when I took your paddle?" "I felt you take the paddle, but there was too much noise to hear anything, and I was too frightened to listen. I thought that surely we should go to the bottom. Why did you cut her loose?" "Because she was tugging so hard. She would have pulled us to pieces, and it was better to let her go than to risk that. She will have drifted the same way we have done, only she will have gone 3 times as fast, for she was a good deal higher out of water, and the paddles which I fastened onto her head rope won't have anything like the hold on the water that our spars have. We will keep in the same direction when we get our sails up, and if she has lived through it, we shall very likely find her ashore somewhere along the coast. Now be sure you lash that kettle securely to the deck beam, Luca. Put it as near one side as you can get it. Then there will be room for you to lie alongside and watch it. But stop! Before you fasten it, pour out half a mugful of water for Jack. He doesn't like tea, and there will be nothing but tea for him after we have once made it." The candle was lighted and fixed under the kettle, but the 4 wicks gave out such an odor that Godfrey was glad to sit up again and remain outside, until a nudge from Luca told him that the tea was ready. They ate it with some slices of raw bear's ham. Luca offered to cook it, but Godfrey had had the candle put out the moment he got under the cover, and would not hear of its being lighted again. "It is not at all bad raw," he said. "They eat raw ham in Germany, and that last smoking it got was almost as good as cooking it. I expect the sea will have gone down in a few hours, and then we can have a regular meal. But if you were to light that smelly thing again now, it would make me ill. Now, Jack, I will light my pipe and look out again, and you shall come out too for a breath of fresh air. I will hold you tight and see that you don't go over." In 12 hours the sea had almost gone down. The floating anchor was hauled up and unlashed, the masts were stepped, the large sail hoisted, and free from the dead weight that had hitherto checked her speed, the little craft sped along gaily before the gentle wind, Godfrey keeping her as near as possible dead before it, on the chance that they might catch sight of the boat. "If we drifted a mile an hour and she drifted 3, he said, "she would have gained 24 miles while we were asleep, and perhaps since then she has been gaining a mile an hour. So she is from 35 to 40 miles ahead of us, and must be quite halfway across the gulf. Anyhow, we need not begin to look out yet. We are going about 4 knots an hour, I should think, and I don't suppose she is going more than 1. In about 10 hours, we must begin to look about for her." Before the end of that time, the sea had gone quite down, and the wind had fallen so light that Godfrey thought they were scarce making 3 knots an hour. "I hope it won't fall altogether," he said, "for as we have no paddles, it would be awkward for us." "2 of the bottom boards will do for paddles." "Yes, I know that, Luca. I am steering with one of them. But they would do very little good, for they are so thin that they would break off directly we put any strength onto them." Godfrey occasionally stood up and looked round, but could see no signs of the boat, and indeed could hardly have done so unless he had passed within a couple of miles at most of her. "The wind may have changed a little," he said, "though I don't think it has done so. Anyhow, I will head a little more to the south, so as to be sure that we shall strike the shore to the east both of the Kara River and the point she is likely to drift to." 4 hours later, they made out land ahead of them, some 6 miles away as they guessed, and holding on, reached it in 2 hours and a half's time. They stepped out as soon as they got into shallow water, carried the canoe ashore, drank a mug of cold tea and ate some raw meat, and then lay down for a long sleep. When they woke, they collected some driftwood and, lighting a fire, cooked some meat. "What are you going to do, Godfrey?" Luca said. "Are you going to set out at once to look for the boat?" "No, we had better wait for a few hours. She may not have drifted to the shore yet, though I do not think she can be far off. Still, it is as well to give her plenty of time. At any rate, we can shoot some birds, so the time won't be lost." Having made a fair bag and been absent from the canoe for 5 hours, they returned, and after cutting up a capercailzie and grilling it over the fire, they got the boat into the water and started. They had sailed about 8 miles to the west when Luca exclaimed, "There is something there by the shore close to that point. It may be the boat. It may be a rock." It was another quarter of an hour before Godfrey was able to assure himself that it was really the boat. "Thank God for that, Luca," he exclaimed. "We have reason to thank him for a great many things. I do so every hour, and I hope you do so too. But finding the boat again safe seems to me the greatest blessing we have had yet. I don't know what we should have done without it." Another quarter of an hour brought them to the point. The boat lay just afloat, bumping on the sand as each little wave lifted and left her. They sprang out of the canoe into shallow water and threw out the anchor, and then waded to the boat. She had about 4 inches of water in her, but was entirely uninjured. "Hurrah!" Godfrey shouted. "She is as good as ever. Now, Luca, get everything out of her as soon as you can. Then we can turn her over and empty her, put the things in again, and be off at once. We have got no time to lose, for you must remember there is not much more than a quart of cold tea left in the kettle. I am sure the Kara River can't be very far off, but I can't say whether it is 3 miles or 30. In half an hour they were again afloat and working their paddles to assist the sail. 2 hours later, Luca said, "Huts on that point ahead of us." "So there are," Godfrey said. 6 or 8 of them, and a lot of cattle." "Reindeer," Luca corrected. "Samoyede village." "Why, there must be hundreds of them," Godfrey said in surprise. "Yes, the Oshjaks told me in our old camp that many of the Samoyedes had 500 and some of them 1,000 reindeer. They keep them just as we do cattle. Their wealth is counted by their reindeer. They make their clothes of its skin. Its milk and flesh are their chief food. It draws their sledges, and when they want money, they can sell some of them." "Did you ask how much they can be sold for?" "Yes, the Oshjaks said that they were worth here 2 or 3 rubles each." "Then if there are many of these encampments along the shore, Luca, we need not trouble about food. And if anything happens to our boat, we can make a couple of sledges, buy 4 reindeer, and start by land. Then we should have to wait until winter, Luca said. Yes, that would be a nuisance, but it would not be so very long to wait. I had no idea reindeer were so cheap. If I had, I think instead of spending the winter hunting, I would have bought some reindeer and started to drive. Still, it would have been a terrible journey, and perhaps we have done better as it is. Well, shall we land? What do you think? We don't want anything, Luca said. Samoyedes are generally friendly. They are not like the Tunguses and Yuruks. But you see, there are but 2 of us, and we have hatchets and knives and other things they value. If we wanted anything, I should say let us land. But as we don't, it would be better to go on. You are right, Luca. I don't suppose there would be any risk of being robbed. Still, it is just as well not to run even the smallest chance of trouble when everything is going on so well. On passing the point on which the encampment was situated, they saw a wide opening. The Kara, Godfrey exclaimed joyously. We will cross to the other side and coast up on that shore till the water becomes fresh. It required 4 hours sailing and paddling before they got beyond the influence of the sea. Then they landed, shot and hunted for a couple of days, took in a fresh supply of water, and started again. We have passed the line of the Ural Mountains now, Godfrey said. The Kara rises in that range. We may almost consider ourselves in Russia. One morning, Luca woke Godfrey soon after he had lain down for his turn of sleep. Fog coming, he said. Godfrey sat up and looked round. That it is, Luca. We must head for shore directly. He seized his paddle, but the fog cloud had drifted rapidly down upon them, and before they were halfway to shore, drifts of white cloud floated past them on the water, and 5 minutes later they were surrounded by a dense white wall, so thick that even the canoe towing behind was invisible. They ceased paddling. There is nothing to do but to wait, Godfrey said. Get your fur coat on. It is bitterly cold. There is one comfort. What wind there is towards the shore, and we shall drift that way. I can't feel any wind at all, Luca said. No, it is very slight, but there must have been some to bring this fog down from the north. We were not more than half a mile from the shore when it closed in upon us. If we only drift 50 yards an hour, we shall be there in time. Let us have a cup of tea, and then we will rig up the cover and turn in. We have a lot of sleep to make up for. There is one comfort. There is no chance of our being run down. Godfrey saw by his watch when he woke that he had been asleep for 4 hours, and he sat up and looked round. The fog was as thick as before. The movement woke Luca, and he too sat up. Listen, Luca, Godfrey exclaimed as he was about to speak. I heard a bird chirp. The sound was repeated. It is over there, Godfrey said. Hurrah, we shall soon be ashore. And they seized their paddles. After rowing for a minute or two, they stopped and again listened. There it is again, Godfrey said, right ahead. Paddle gently, Luca. We shan't see the shore until we are on it, and we must not risk running head onto a rock. Presently something dark appeared just in front of the canoe. Hold water, Godfrey exclaimed, and as they stopped her way, the boat drifted quietly against a rock. They brought her broadside to it and stepped out. That is a comfort. The fog can last for a week now. Let us get the canoe ashore. We can moor the boat. The water is as smooth as glass, and there is no risk whatever of her damaging herself. Bring an armful of firewood ashore, he went on, as they laid the canoe down gently on a flat rock. I will look about for a place for the tent. Do not go far, or you will lose yourself. I will take care of that. I won't go beyond speaking distance. Godfrey soon found a patch of sand large enough for the tent, and this was soon erected and a fire lit. Jack, as usual, indulged in a wild scamper, but returned to Godfrey's whistle. Don't go too far, Jack, or you will be losing your way too. The fog did not clear off for another 48 hours, But when, at the end of that time, they looked out of their tent, the sky was clear and the birds were singing gaily. The ground rose almost perpendicularly behind them to a height of from 20 to 30 feet. It was rocky with some deep indentations. "We will do some shooting, Luca. But as there may be some natives near, we will hide the canoe. It is of no use running any risks. We will stow the tent and get everything packed before we start, and then we shall be able to set out when we return." The canoe was packed and carried some 50 yards along the shore, and then laid behind a great boulder that had fallen at the mouth of a cleft in the rock. "Shall we pull up the boat?" Luca asked. "No, I don't think that is worthwhile. There is nothing there worth stealing. The natives have got plenty of fish of their own, no doubt, and driftwood too. Now, let us be off." The birds were scarcer than usual, and they wandered a long distance before they had made up anything like their usual bag. "We have been 8 hours out," Godfrey said, looking at his watch. "We may as well have a meal before we start back. It will take us 2 or 3 hours to get to the boat again. There will be no loss of time. It takes no longer cooking here than it would there, and we may as well carry the birds inside as out." They were engaged in eating their meal when Jack suddenly gave an angry growl, and looking up, they saw a party of a dozen Samoyedes with bows and arrows at a distance of 50 yards behind them. They sprang to their feet. "Shall I shoot?" Luca asked. No, Luca. Their intentions may be friendly. Besides, though we might kill 3 or 4 of them, they would riddle us with arrows. We had best meet them as friends." When the Samoyedes came up, Luca gave them the ordinary salutation of friendship. "Where come from?" the man who seemed to be the leader of the natives asked suspiciously. "A long way from the east," Luca said, pointing in that direction. "Who are you?" "Ashak," Luca said, knowing that the Samoyedes would have heard of that tribe, but would know nothing of his own. "Who this?" the native asked, pointing to Godfrey. "A friend of Ashak's," Luca said. "Come to hunt and shoot. I come with him." "This Samoyede country," the native said. "Not one Ashak's here." "We do no harm," Luca said. "We go west, far along. Not one Samoyede country. Buy milk of Samoyedes, good friends." The Samoyedes talked together, and then the leader said, "Come." Without any appearance of hesitation, Godfrey and Luca set off with the natives. Their language, though differing from that of the northern Ashaks, was sufficiently alike for them to be able to understand each other. "Do you think they mean to be friendly?" Godfrey asked in Russian. "I don't know," Luca replied. "Perhaps not made up their minds yet." "They are going down to the coast. That is a comfort, Luca. They are going to the west of our boats. I suppose they have an encampment there. I expect they heard my gun and have been following us at a distance until they saw us sit down." "Must have seen them," Luca said. "Only one may have been following us, and may have sent the others back to fetch up the rest from their tents. Well, it does not matter now they have got us. If they ask where we came from, as I expect they will, you had better tell them, Luca, we came in a boat. They will guess it without our telling, and will very likely look for it. It is better to make no concealment." 2 hours' walking brought them to a little valley, in the middle of which ran a small stream. They followed it down for half a mile, and then, at a sudden turn, they saw the sea in front of them, a cluster of 10 Samoyede yurts, and a herd of reindeer feeding on the slope behind them. A number of women and children and 5 or 6 old men came out to look at them as they approached. "Sit down and let us talk," the leader said as they reached the village, and set the example by seating himself by a large fire. Godfrey and Luca at once did the same. "The Ashak and his friend have come very far," he said. "A long distance," Luca replied. "We have traveled many days and are going to the Pechora." "Have you reindeer? Did you walk all the way?" "No, we have no reindeer. We came in a boat. You will find it along the shore." "How far?" "About an hour's walk, I should say." the Samoyede gave an order, and 2 of the men at once left the circle, got into a canoe, and paddled away. "The strangers will stay here for a day or 2. We have plenty of milk and fish." Luca nodded. "We are in no hurry to go on. We have plenty of time to reach the Pechora before the winter sets in." The Samoyede spoke to one of the women, and she set to work to clear out one of the tents. The chief got up and walked away, and the conference was evidently over. 3 hours later, they saw the canoe reappear at the mouth of the river with the boat towing behind it. The Samoyedes gathered on the shore to examine it, evidently surprised at its form and size, which differed entirely from their own, which were little craft capable of holding 2 at most. They tasted the water at the bottom of the boat and found it to be fresh. The stove for cooking spoke for itself, and as there was firewood, meat, flour, and some rough furs, there seemed all that was necessary for a journey. When they returned, the chief asked Luca, "Is that Ozjak canoe?" "Yes, but it is built much larger than our canoes generally are, as it was for a long journey." Presently the women brought a large bowl of reindeer milk and some fried fish. As they were eating, 4 of the men who were standing behind suddenly threw themselves upon Godfrey and Luca, while the others closed in, and in a minute they were securely bound hand and foot. Godfrey made no struggle, for he felt that it would be useless and might result in his being shot or stabbed. The hatchets and knives were taken from their belts, and they were then carried to the tent and thrown down. Jack had fought fiercely, biting several of the natives, until he was struck with a spear in the shoulder by the chief, when he limped off, uttering piercing yells. "What do you think they mean to do with us, Luca?" Godfrey asked. "Will they hand us over to the Russians, do you think? Cowardly blackguards. I wish now we had fought at first." "No, won't hand us to Russians. Too far off. They don't think of that. They have taken us for the sake of our hatchets and knives and of your gun. Perhaps they will keep us to work for them. Perhaps they will cut our throats. It is not a pleasant lookout either way. Still, if they keep us, we are safe to get away before long. We must hope for the best. I wonder they haven't taken my ammunition and the other things." "Not know about pockets," Luca said. "They would have taken them if they had." 2 or 3 hours later, the Samoyedes came in and carefully examined the captives' lashings. Their hands were tied behind them with reindeer thongs, which were so tightly bound that they almost cut into the skin, and their feet were equally firmly lashed. In a few minutes, the sound of talk ceased, and the camp became quiet. "I suppose it is their bedtime," Godfrey said. "If the fools do not set a guard over us, we shall soon be free." "How was that?" Luca asked. "We will gnaw through one of the thongs, of course. There can be no difficulty about that. We will give them an hour to get to sleep, and then we will set to work." "What is that?" "Ah, Jack, is it you?" as the dog crept in between them with low whines. "Poor old chap, you did your best. I can't pat you now. Roll yourself to the door and look out, Luca. There are 3 of them sitting by a fire, but it will be darker presently and they will not see us. For although it could scarcely be called night, the sun now dipped for an hour or 2 below the horizon at midnight. Well, see or not see, we will go, Luca. If we are to be killed, it shall be making a fight for it, and not having our throats cut like sheep. Now, I think you are more accustomed to chewing tough food than I am, so I will roll over on my face, and do you set to work and bite through the thong." Luca's sharp teeth cut through the twisted hide in 5 minutes. It was a quarter of an hour more before Godfrey's hands recovered their usual feeling. As soon as they were efficient, he unfastened the thongs round his companion's wrists and those round their feet. "Now then, Luca, put your head out and see if you can see my gun." "Gun's sure to be in Chief's tent," Luca said. He looked out. "Can't see gun. My bow and arrows are lying on ground by Chief's tent." "Very well, then. You had better crawl round and fetch them first. That will be something to begin a fight with, anyhow." Here, I will split open the tent behind with my knife. Then you can crawl along past the others till you get to the chief's tent without those fellows at the fires seeing you. I am more afraid of those beastly dogs giving the alarm than of the men." Godfrey cut a slit with his pocket knife in the reindeer skin covering, and then Luca crawled out. He lay flat on his stomach and dragged himself along, looking, as Godfrey thought, in the twilight, just like seals he had seen crawling over the rocks. He passed 3 of the yurts and then turned off. In 4 or 5 minutes he reappeared with his bow and quiver of arrows and 2 native spears. He crawled back as carefully as he had gone. "Give me the knife, Godfrey." Godfrey handed it to him. "You are not going to kill anyone, Luca. If they attack us, of course we shall shoot them down in self-defense, but I would not have anyone killed in cold blood on any account." The Tartar shook his head. "I am not going to kill anyone. I looked into the tent. The gun is leaning by the side of the chief. Women and children are lying all round. Couldn't get in. I will cut a slit and skin and take gun." "It will be first rate if you can manage that, Luca. We can make a good fight of it if you can manage to get the gun." Godfrey was able to watch Luca's proceedings now. He stopped behind the 4th tent, placed his ear against the skin, and listened intently. Then he inserted the blade in the skin 2 feet above the ground, and very quietly, with a sawing motion, cut downwards. Then he began at the top again, and made a horizontal cut 4 or 5 inches long, and then cut again down to the ground, removing the flap of skin. He peered into the tent. Then he inserted his arm. A moment later he withdrew it with the gun, and then returned to Godfrey. The latter's first step was to charge the gun, for he had fired 2 shots while Luca was cooking the meal before they were surprised. "Now, Luca, which do you think we had better do? Make for the canoes or go off on foot?" "We want big canoe," Luca said. "Can't well do without it. We had better go to that." "I think so too," Godfrey said. "If we can once get on board, we can beat them off. Of course, there is more risk of being discovered that way, but I think we had better chance it." They kept along for some distance on the side of the hill, and then, when about 100 yards from the huts, crawled down to the river, crept back along the bank until they reached the boat, which was hauled up with the native canoes on shore. "How are we to get it down, Luca?" Godfrey whispered. "If we stand up to carry it down, those fellows by the fire, who are not 20 yards away, must see us. If we try to push it down, we are safe to make a noise." "Wait a moment, give me knife again," Luca said. And having obtained it, he went along the line of canoes, cutting and slicing the skins from end to end. Then he returned to Godfrey. "They can't follow now," he said. "Once on board, we are safe." "I have been thinking, Luca. Our best plan will be to lie down 1 on each side, and to hoist her up as well as we can, and move her forward inch by inch." Luca nodded, and they separated to carry out their plan, when Jack decided the matter by leaping on board and sending the paddles with a rattle to the bottom of the boat. "Jump up, Luca, and in with her." As they sprang up, there was a shout from the 3 natives by the fire, which was answered by the fierce barking of 2 or 3 score of dogs. After a moment's hesitation, 2 of the natives rushed back to the yurts for their bows, while the 3rd, who happened to have his close at hand, fitted an arrow and discharged it hastily. As they were running the boat down, it missed its mark, and before he could shoot again, the boat was in the water, and they had sprang on board. The native ran down to the edge with his bow bent, but Luca's bow twanged, and the man fell back with an arrow through his body. They seized the paddles and drove the boat 20 yards into the stream, when the whole of the Samoyedes rushed down to the bank and began to discharge their arrows. "Lie down flat, Luca," Godfrey said, setting the example. "The stream will take us." There was a great jabber of voices on the bank. "The chief is telling them to take to their canoes," Luca said, laughing. "You will hear some shouts directly. The water won't begin to come in through the slits till they put their weight in the canoes." Godfrey lifted his head for a moment and saw 5 or 6 of the natives on the bank abreast of him, standing in readiness to shoot. Quickly, as he withdrew it again, 2 arrows struck the boat within a few inches of the point where he had looked over. "Luca," he said, "we must get a little further out. I'm afraid the stream might set us in towards the bank. I will put my cap upon a piece of firewood and hoist it up. They will shoot at it, and the moment they do we must both spring up and give 2 or 3 strong strokes to take her further out." Lying flat on his back at the bottom of the boat, Godfrey raised his cap. Almost instantaneously, there were 3 or 4 sharp taps on the side of the boat, and 1 arrow passed through it but an inch above his chest. In a moment he sat upright with the paddle in his hand, and a couple of sharp strokes sent the boat out into the center of the current. At this moment they heard a series of yells and splashes. "Lucky for them," Luca laughed. "I made the slit so big. If they had got out farther, they would have all been drowned. These people are not able to swim." "No, I should think not," Godfrey said. "They don't look as if water had ever touched them from the day they were born. We are safe now. In 10 minutes we shall be clear of the river, and have only got to paddle back and fetch our canoe." "We may have to fight yet," Luca said. "Sure to follow us. The meat and flour is all gone. I expect they gave it to their dogs. That is what made them sleep so sound. They will know that we shall have to land somewhere to get food, and think they will have us then. They will mend canoes very quick, and some of them will come after us." "It will be worse for them if they do," Godfrey said. "With my gun and your bow, we could keep a score of canoes at a distance. Still, as you say, we may have trouble in getting our canoe. However, we must have that if we have to fight the whole tribe for it." Godfrey looked up from time to time. He could do so safely now, for they were 50 yards from the bank, and there was time for him to withdraw his head before an arrow could reach him. The natives, however, had ceased to follow the boat, having doubtless run back when they heard their companions' cries. Godfrey thought it as well not to take to the paddles until they were well out of the river, lest one might have run on and hidden himself in a clump of bushes. As soon as they were out of the river, they took up the paddles and rowed straight out for a distance of a couple of miles. "How long will they be in patching up their canoes, Luca?" "They will do it in an hour," Luca said. "The women will sew the slits together, and the men melt fat and smear over." "Very well, then we had better turn now and make for the place where the canoe is hid. They won't expect us to land so soon, and most of the men will be waiting to follow with the canoes. If only 4 or 5 follow us along the bank, we can manage them easily enough. Fortunately, the canoe is light enough for one of us to carry it down to the water. While you are doing that, I can keep them off. This boat paddles a lot heavier than the other, Luca." Luca grunted in assent. "Do you think you will know the place where you hid the canoe?" Godfrey asked presently. "Let us go close in to see," Luca said. "We went ashore in fog. I don't know how it looks from the sea. The coast is all alike here. We must keep very close." "How far along do you think it is, Luca?" "It can't be much more than an hour to paddle," Luca replied. "The Samoyedes were away 3 hours to fetch the boat, and they were in no hurry and had to tow her back with the canoe." For half an hour they kept the boat parallel with the land, and then inclined towards the shore. Presently Luca said, "There are 6 men walking along on bank." "Well, there won't be 6 left to walk back," Godfrey replied grimly, "if they interfere with us. Now, Luca, it is nearly an hour since we turned. We will go in within 100 yards of the shore. Those bows of theirs are not like yours. They won't carry more than 40 or 50 yards. Now, I will just give those gentlemen a hint that they had better keep away from the edge of the cliff." And so saying, he laid down his paddle and took up his gun and fired. He aimed high, as he wished to frighten and not hurt. The natives instantly disappeared from the edge. "Now, Luca, do you keep on paddling. I will watch the top of the bank, and if one of them shows his head, I will fire. They won't suspect we have any idea of landing, and will probably keep a bit back. All we want is time to land and climb the bank. Keep inshore now, so that next time I fire, I may be able to send the bullet pretty close. This gun is not much use at more than 50 yards distance." Only once did Godfrey see a head above the bank, and the instant he did so, he fired. "That will show them we are keeping a sharp lookout. I don't think they will come near for some little time now. I dare say they are puzzling themselves. First, why we are coming this way, and secondly, why we are keeping so close." "There is a place where we had tent," Luca exclaimed suddenly. "Do you see the ashes of the fire?" "That is it, sure enough. Now run ashore and dash up the bank." As soon as the canoe touched the shore, they leapt out and ran up the bank. Not 20 yards away were the Samoyedes. Godfrey uttered a shout and raised his gun to his shoulder, and the natives with a yell ran off at full speed. "Now, Luca, do you go and get the canoe in the water. Be careful. If you find it heavy for you with the stores on board, take them out. There is no occasion for hurry. Those fellows won't venture within range of my gun again. They will keep at a distance, and send up word to the tents that we have landed. So take your time over it. If you were to make a slip and damage the canoe, it would be fatal to us." The natives stopped at a distance of 1/4 of a mile, and then, as Godfrey expected, one of them started at a run back towards the village. In 10 minutes, Godfrey heard a shout from below, and looking round, saw the canoe safely by the side of the boat. He ran down and took his place in her, and they paddled out, towing the boat behind them. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Condemned as a Nihilist, The Story of Escape from Siberia by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Grace Silvey. Chapter 17. A Sea Fight. As soon as they had reached a distance of 200 or 300 yards from the shore, Godfrey ceased paddling. "Now we can talk matters over, Luca. There is no occasion for hurry now. If these fellows in the canoes are disposed to fight, we can't prevent them. They will certainly be out of the river before we could get back there. And even if we did pass first, they could easily overtake us, for those light craft of theirs would go 2 feet to our 1 unless we had wind for a sail. So we may as well take things easy. And decidedly, the first thing to do is to wash and dress Jack's wound, and then to get some tea and something to eat. We have had nothing since we were caught yesterday between 12 and 1 o'clock. What a lucky thing it was we hid the canoe, Luca," he went on, as the Tartar pulled the boat up alongside the canoe and began to prepare to light a fire. "The chances are we should not have been able to get her off as well as the boat, and even if we had, they would have taken out all our stores. The meat we might replace, but the loss of the tea and tobacco, and above all, of the matches, would have been terrible. Besides, they would have got our spare hatchets and knives, the fishhooks and lines, and all our furs. We don't want the furs for warmth now, but it would make a deal of difference to our comfort if we had to sleep on hard boards. I do not know how to feel thankful enough that we hid the canoe away." "We could not have gone without our things," Luca said. "We would have fought them all and killed them rather than lose our tea and tobacco." Godfrey laughed at his companion's earnestness. "I think that would have been paying too dearly for them, Luca. Still, we should have missed them badly." Just as they had finished their meal, they saw some black spots ahead of them close inshore. "I should not be surprised if they have been picking up those fellows who followed us, Luca. No doubt the man who ran back would tell them they could do nothing against our arms. But I don't think they will dare attack us in our boat, even if they have got all the men there. There were only 12 at first, not counting the old men who were in their camp when we were brought there. You shot one of them, so there are only 11, even if they have got on board those who followed us. I have always heard that they are plucky little fellows, but I do not think they would be fools enough to attack us on the water. I feel sure they can't have any intention of doing so. I expect their original idea was to hover about us night and day, and then, when we went ashore to get food, to steal the boat and hunt us down. Now they find we have got a second boat, they will see that it is a longer job than they expected, for they will guess that our real valuables are on board the boat we hid, and that we may have enough provisions here to last for some time. The canoes, as they approached them, sheered off to a distance of 1/4 of a mile, and then gathered together evidently in consultation. Then they turned and paddled rapidly back again, soon leaving the canoe and boat far behind. "I wonder what they are up to now," Godfrey said. "Some mischief, I have no doubt. Perhaps more yurts on farther. They might send on a man with fast reindeer a long way ahead, so that they might attack us with 40 or 50 canoes." "So they might, Luca. That would be very awkward, and we should be afraid of landing anywhere. They may pass the news on from camp to camp for any number of miles. Yes, that is a very serious business. The only thing I see for it is to make right out beyond sight of land, and then push on as fast as we can. Fortunately, they don't know anything about our sail, and as they left us so fast just now, they will reckon that we cannot make much more than 2 miles an hour, while, when we get the wind, we can go 6 if we help with the paddles. We may as well keep on as we are at present, as if determined to keep near the land till, at any rate, we are some distance past the mouth of the river. There is not likely to be another of their camps for some distance long, for, of course, they would always be near a river, as they must have water for themselves and their reindeer." Paddling quietly, they continued on their course until they had passed the mouth of the river. When they had gone half a mile, they saw 9 canoes, each containing 1 man, come out from the river and follow them. "They mean to stick to us," Godfrey said uneasily. "I'm afraid we are going to have a lot of trouble with them, Luca." After paddling for another 2 hours, they turned their heads seaward. The canoes did the same. In 4 hours more, the land had almost disappeared, but the clump of canoes still maintained their position behind them. "It is of no use going out any further, Luca. We are a long way out of sight of anyone on shore now. Now let us head west again." An hour later, one of the canoes left the group and paddled rapidly towards the land. "That is what their game is," Godfrey said. "They have sent off to tell their friends ashore the course we are taking, and do what we will, they will keep them informed of it. We may have a fleet of canoes out at any moment after us. Do you think we could leave them behind if we were to cast off the boat?" Luca shook his head decidedly. "No, their canoes are very small, paddle quick, much quicker than we could." "She is very fast, Luca." "Yes, but too many things on board. If we threw over everything, food and kettles and dog and furs, we might go as fast as they could, but even then I think they would beat us." "Well, we won't try that anyhow, Luca. I would rather risk a fight than that. I don't see anything to do but to wait for the wind. It is not often calm like this long, and we have had it 3 or 4 days already. If we do get a wind, we can certainly beat them by cutting loose the boat." "Beat them anyhow," Luca said. "With wind and paddles, they might keep up with us rowing very hard for a bit, but men tire. Wind never tires. We're sure to beat them at last. I think we shall have wind before very long." "I hope so, Luca, and not too much of it. Well, as we can't get away from them by paddling, Luca, we may as well lower our lines. We have only got 2 or 3 days' provisions on board, and we may just as well lay in a stock while we can." The hooks were baited with pieces of meat and lowered, and the paddles laid in. Scarcely were the lines out when Godfrey felt a fierce tug. "Hello!" he exclaimed. "I have got something bigger than usual." He hauled up and gave a shout of satisfaction as he pulled a cod of fully 10 pounds weight from the water. 5 minutes later, Luca caught one of equal size. "That will do, Luca. I will throw mine into the boat, and we will keep yours on board. Now we have got among cod, there is no fear of our not getting plenty of food. I know they catch enormous quantities off the northern coast of Norway. and it is evident that they come as far as these waters. It is some time since we tried this deep sea fishing, which accounts for our not having caught any before." "Are they good fish?" Luca asked. "I have never seen any like them." "First rate, Luca, especially if we had some oyster sauce to eat with them. As we haven't, we must do without. They are capital, and they are not full of bones like the herrings. Now we will paddle on again. You leave that fish alone, Jack. You shall have some of it for supper." "There is a dark line on the water over there," Luca said presently. "Wind coming." "That is a comfort, Luca." Half an hour later, the breeze came up to them. "Shall I get up the sail, Godfrey?" Godfrey did not reply for a minute or two. "Yes, I think we may as well, Luca. Whether we go fast or slow, these fellows will be able to send word on shore, and we may as well tire them a bit." The sails were hoisted. Godfrey took the sheet and laid in his paddle. "The wind may freshen," he said, "and it would not do to fasten the sheet." Luca, who seemed tireless, continued paddling, and the boats went through the water at a considerably faster pace than before. The effect on their pursuers was at once visible. Instead of paddling in a leisurely manner in a close group, the paddles could be seen to flash faster and faster. "They have to row pretty hard to keep up with us now," Luca said, looking over his shoulder at them. "Up to now they felt comfortable, think everything right, and quite sure to catch us presently. Now they begin to see it is not so easy after all." They maintained their relative positions till the sun was near the horizon. "It is 10 o'clock, Luca. The sun will set in half an hour. You lay your paddle in, and get us a cup of tea and a bit of that dry meat. You had better boil the kettle over one of the candles. Then you lie down to sleep for 4 hours. After that I will take a turn. We are a deal better off than those fellows behind. They must keep on paddling all night. And as they only have one man in each boat, there is no relief for them." Luca did as he was ordered. After drinking his tea, Godfrey lighted his pipe, and Luca lay down. Godfrey did not feel very sleepy, although he had not closed his eyes the night before. But they had had a long bout of sleep when compelled to keep their tent by the fog, and the excitement of the chase kept him up now. As it grew dusk, he could see that the canoes drew closer, but he had no hope, in any case, of giving them the slip, for it was never perfectly dark. When, 4 hours later, he woke Luca, the sky was brightening again. "More wind come presently," the Tartar said, looking at the sky. "I won't lie down just yet, Luca. It will be quite light in half an hour, and I want to have a good look towards the shore before I go to sleep." Luca at once took the paddle. The wind was perceptibly freshening, and the canoe was slipping fast through the water. "Now, Luca," Godfrey said presently, "stand up and have a look round. Be careful how you do it. It would not do to capsize her now." 2 minutes later, Luca exclaimed, "I see them! A whole lot of canoes, 20 or 30, over there," and he pointed towards the shore, but somewhat ahead of them. "Sit down, Luca, and I will stand up and have a look. Yes, it is as much as they will do to cut us off. They did not calculate on our coming along so fast. I will luff up a little more, and we shall pass ahead of them however hard they paddle." So saying, he sat down, hauled in the sheet, and headed nearer to the wind. "The fellows behind won't see them for some time," he said. "The canoes must be 4 miles away at least, and I don't suppose they could see each other more than half that distance, being so low in the water. If we had just a little more wind, we should do it nicely." Half an hour later, the sheet was eased again, and the boat resumed her former course, as Godfrey saw that he should pass well ahead of the canoes coming out from the shore, and she moved faster with the wind abeam than she did close hauled. Even while sitting down, the canoes could be seen now. The natives were paddling their hardest, and the light craft danced over the surface of the water, which was now beginning to be ruffled by the breeze. Half an hour later, they joined the pursuers astern, and their yells could be heard, although they were half a mile away. Godfrey counted them as he passed ahead of the fleet, and there were 33 canoes, each with 2 paddlers. The yurts must be thick along the coast here, Luca. They must have gathered up all those canoes from at least half a dozen camps. Now, I will lend you a hand. He eased the sheet still further, so that the boat should heel over less, and fastened it in a loose knot, which could be slipped in an instant. Then he betook himself to his paddle. Those fellows behind have had a long row out against the wind, and have no doubt been working their hardest ever since they caught sight of our sail. A stern chase is a long chase. I fancy the wind has freshened a little, but it is very little. Occasionally he looked back over his shoulder. They are gaining slowly, Luca, but they are a good half-mile behind us still, and it will take them 2 or 3 hours to pick that up. I am quite sure now that if we cut the boat adrift, we can forge ahead, hand over hand. But that must be a last resource. It is almost a matter of life and death to be able to keep it with us. Still, it is a satisfaction to know that if the worst comes to the worst, we can get away from them. Jack fully entered into the excitement of the chase, taking his seat on the covering near the stern, and barking defiance at their pursuers. Another hour's paddling, and the space between the canoe and the natives was lessened by half. Now, Luca, I will send them a couple of bullets as a reminder that we have got weapons. Laying in his paddle, he took his gun, turned round, and knelt looking astern, and fired both barrels at the fleet of canoes. He had not taken any particular aim, for the gun was of little use at a distance exceeding 100 yards, and the motion of the canoe would have prevented anything like accuracy of shooting even with a rifle. He intended to frighten rather than to hurt, and gave the gun a considerable elevation. He saw, however, the men in one of the canoes cease paddling and drop behind the rest, and could make out that one of its occupants was doing something. I hit one of the canoes, Luca. I fancy they are trying to patch up the hole. He loaded the gun again, this time with his largest sized shot, laid it down, and resumed his paddle. I have put in buckshot this time, Luca. I don't want to kill any of the poor beggars, and the shot will spread. I have put in double charges so as to give them a good dose as they come up. Small shot would be of no use. It would not get through those thick leather coats of theirs. Now then, let us send her along. The wind was certainly freshening, for it was not until another 4 or 5 miles had been traversed that the canoes had crept up to within 100 yards distance. At last Godfrey felt it was time to fire again, and waiting till the canoes were within about 70 yards distance, he fired both barrels, slightly shifting his aim between each shot. A series of yells arose from the canoes. 4 or 5 of them at once dropped behind. Paddle your hardest, Luca, while I load again. The beggars are coming up fast now. The natives with yells of fury were sending their canoes through the foaming water, and were but 50 yards away when he again fired. This time 5 or 6 of the natives dropped their paddles, and 2 of the canoes were upset. A volley of arrows fell thickly round the boat, and 1 or 2 spears skimmed along the water close to it. Godfrey seized his paddle again. "Head towards the shore, Luca," he said, and as the boat headed round, he slackened the sheet and so brought the wind nearly dead aft. The boat was on an even keel now, and they could feel by the lesson strained on the paddles that her speed was considerably increased. In 2 or 3 minutes, Godfrey looked round. The canoes were 100 yards behind. "We are gaining on them, Luca." Another 10 minutes, and the interval was more than doubled. "They are beginning to get tired," Godfrey said. "We are going a good deal faster, of course, now we have got the wind astern. But I do not think they are going as fast as they did, and I expect that last dose of buckshot took the heart out of them a good deal. They had reckoned that we should be only able to fire once or twice before they came up, and that I should use bullets. But that handful of buckshot evidently peppered a good many of them, and they know if they come up they will have 4 more barrels at least among them. I think the fighting is all over now." Another hour, and the canoes were a mile astern, and the land was now but 4 or 5 miles away. Godfrey thought that he could safely resume his course west, especially as the wind had distinctly freshened. "I will lay in my paddle now, Luca. I must give all my attention to the sail. I expect they will give it up. They will think, when they see me cease paddling, that we know we can get away from them whenever we like." Godfrey's surmise turned out correct. The natives did not attempt to follow, but held on their course straight for the land, paddling slowly now. They were in 2 divisions, 5 or 6 of the canoes being a good deal astern of the others, those with single rowers that had followed them so long having dropped behind to pick up the occupants of the canoes that had capsized. In several of the canoes in this division, Godfrey could make out that only one man was paddling, and guessed that the other was more or less disabled by the shot. "I don't think we shall be troubled any more by them," he said. "They will be a couple of hours before they reach land, by which time we shall be out of sight, and even reindeer will hardly take the news along the shore with all its deep indentations as quickly as we shall sail. Besides, I fancy they will come to the conclusion that the game is not worth the candle. Now, lay in your paddle, and let us have breakfast comfortably. It is just 12 o'clock. Day after day they coasted along, passed through Waigat Straits, between the island of that name and the mainland, then touched at 4 islands lying across the mouth of a large and deep bay, and then held on until they reached the mouth of the Pechora. The distance to this point from the Kara River was, Godfrey calculated, about 350 miles. It took them 15 days to cover that distance, as they stopped and spent a day shooting several times, for they were not fortunate along here in catching many fish as they went. On passing one of the islands, Godfrey shot a seal, the flesh of which they found was by no means bad. The weather continued very fine, but there was so little wind that during the whole distance they did not once put up their sail, but depended entirely upon their paddles. Upon one of their shooting expeditions, Godfrey had the good luck to shoot a very fine black fox. They had had their meal and were stretched at full length by the fire. Luca had gone off to sleep. Godfrey was almost dozing when he heard a slight rustle in the grass, and opening his eyes, saw a black fox standing at a distance of 10 paces. It had evidently been attracted by the smell of some fish they had been frying, and stood with its nose in the air sniffing. Godfrey's gun was lying beside him, the left-hand barrel he always kept loaded with ball. His hand stole quietly to it, and as he grasped it, he sat up and fired a snapshot at the fox as it turned and darted away. To his surprise as well as delight, it rolled over. "There is a piece of luck, Luca," he said, as the latter sprang to his feet, bow in hand, at the report. "That is a pure fluke, for I fired without raising the gun or taking the least aim." Luca examined the fox. "It is one of the largest I ever saw," he said, "and the fur is in splendid condition." "Its skin will come in handy, Luca. We must put in and replenish our stores at Droinik, at the mouth of the Pechora. We are running very short of tea and tobacco. We have been very extravagant lately, and we have had no flour since those scamps robbed us. It is very lucky Jack was so sound asleep. I often scold you, Jack, for being such a sleepy little beggar, but for once it is lucky, for if you had heard the fox coming, he would have been off without my getting a shot at him." Accordingly, when they reached the mouth of the Pechora, they landed 3 miles from Droinik, and Luca, taking the fox skin and those of other smaller animals they had shot during their excursions, went into the town and returned with 4 pounds of tea, as much tobacco, 40 pounds of flour, 2 large tin kettles, each capable of holding a gallon of water, to carry an extra supply, and 60 silver rubles. "I am heartily glad you are back, Luca, for I have been nearly eaten alive. The mosquitoes are awful, worse, I think, than at any place we have landed." They had indeed entirely given up sleeping ashore since their forced stay on the Gulf of Obi, always pushing off 200 or 300 yards from the shore and anchoring, for the mosquitoes were terrible. and upon their hunting expeditions they always smeared their faces, necks, and hands thickly over with bear's fat. But even with this they suffered severely. Nowhere, indeed, are mosquitoes so great a scourge as along the shores of the Arctic Sea. They had already determined that they would at any rate make for the Conning Peninsula, and would then be guided by the weather. If it still remained calm and quiet, they would sail across the entrance to the White Sea, and coast along until they reached the frontier of Norway, which would be about 400 miles from the point of the Conning Peninsula. If the weather showed signs of changing, they would go up the White Sea to Archangel, which would be about the same distance. 2 days' paddling took them to the western mouth of the bay. The course from here lay due west to Kolguyev Island, nearly 200 miles away. Godfrey did not hesitate to strike for it, as it was 70 or 80 miles saved, and there was no risk of missing it. 4 long days' paddling took them there, and an equal time brought them to the western point of the Conning Peninsula. The weather continued still and clear. The sea was as smooth as glass, and there was no signs of change. But September had begun, and every hour was of importance. They therefore determined now to abandon the boat, which made a considerable difference in their speed. Our candles will do for cooking. We have still 40 pounds of dried fish, and 20 of flour, and we may expect to get a few fish anyhow. Our 3 kettles will hold 2 gallons and a half of water, enough to last us 7 or 8 days. In 3 days at most, we ought to strike the coast again, and we are sure to find some streams running down to the sea in a very short time. So we will risk it. We know that the 2 of us can send her along a good 5 miles an hour. Accordingly, the dried meat and flour were transferred to the canoe. The kettles were filled up with fresh water, and after taking a long drink, and letting Jack lap up as much as he could take, they took their seats in the canoe again, threw off the tow rope, and started due west. Accustomed as they now were to the work, and their muscles hardened by exercise, they sent the boat rapidly through the water. "We mustn't exert ourselves too much, Luca," Godfrey said after the first quarter of an hour. "A long, slow stroke is the one to send her along, and we can keep that up for any time. We must do our very best till we sight the coast again. After the way she behaved in that storm, I am not afraid of wind, but I am horribly afraid of fog. If we had but a compass, it would not matter to us one way or other. But if a fog came down when we are a good way off the land, there would be nothing to do but to lay in our paddles and wait, even if it lasted for a fortnight. Still, as long as there is no change of weather, there does not seem any reason why a fog should set in. But I shall not feel happy till we have got the land alongside of us." For 3 days the paddles were kept going, each taking alternately 6 hours' sleep, and working together for 12. Jack, having nothing to do, was the most uneasy of the party, sometimes lying down with his nose between his paws, sometimes getting up and giving a series of short, impatient barks. Early on the 2nd day, they were fortunate in passing through a large shoal of herrings. Godfrey laid in his paddle and attended to the lines, and in half an hour had 45 fish. After that, they paid no further attention to fishing, being now amply supplied with food. The herrings, too, required less water than the dried meat. They fried them over the candles, and whenever their mouths were parched, they chewed a piece of raw herring and found great relief from it. Jack was allowed 2 raw herrings a day. With that and a very small allowance of water, he did very well. On the 3rd day, a light southerly wind sprang up, and they at once hoisted their sail, and found that it eased their labor materially. "I should think we ought to see the land tonight, Luca. 3 days at 80 miles a day is 240 miles. If we don't see it by evening, we must head a little more to the south. Of course, we cannot depend very accurately on our steering, and we may have been going a trifle north of west all this time. But it is all right, for the coast we are making for keeps on trending north, and we are certain to hit it sooner or later." At 6 o'clock they had a meal which Luca had been cooking, and then Godfrey said, "Now I will have my 6 hours' sleep." He stood up to change places, and let Luca come astern to steer, when he exclaimed, "Look, is that a cloud ahead of us, or is it land?" "Land," Luca said, after gazing at it attentively. "It is high land." All idea of sleep was given up. Godfrey seized his paddle again, and in 4 hours they were within a mile of the land. It differed widely from the low coast they had so long been passing. Steep hills rose from the very edge of the shore, clad in many places with pine forests. They were not long before they found a suitable place to land, and soon had the canoe ashore and the tent erected, for the nights were already becoming unpleasantly cold. Luca went into the woods and soon returned with some dried branches and a quantity of pine cones. Godfrey cut 3 sticks and made a tripod, from which the small kettle was suspended, and fish and meat were soon grilling over the fire. As soon as the kettle boiled, a handful of tea was dropped into it, and it was taken off the fire. The 3 companions made an excellent meal. Then Luca and Godfrey lighted their pipes and sat smoking by the fire for half an hour, and then lay down in the tent for a sound sleep. When Godfrey awoke, he found that Luca was already up. He had stirred up the embers, put on fresh wood, filled the kettle, and hung it over the fire, and had then evidently sauntered off into the wood. Godfrey, after the luxury of a rapid bathe, began to prepare breakfast, and by the time it was ready, Luca came down with a dozen squirrels he had shot. "Lots of them in the wood," he said. "If stop here 3 or 4 days, get lots of skins." "I don't think they would be much good to us, Luca, though those you shot will be useful for food. But I have been obliged to stand with my head over the smoke of the fire to keep off these rascally mosquitoes, and my face was so swelled with their bites when I awoke that I could hardly see out of my eyes till I bathed my face with cold water. The sooner we are off the better, if we don't want to be eaten alive." Accordingly, as soon as the meal was finished, they packed up and continued their voyage. After 8 hours paddling, they came upon the mouth of a river. "This must be the Siberia," Godfrey said. "That is the only river marked in the map anywhere about here. We will paddle a mile or 2 up and fill our kettles. If it is that river, we shall come upon an island a few miles off the coast, in another 20 or 30 miles. See, Luca, how near we are getting to the end of the map. We are not very much more than 100 miles from this line. That is the division between Russia and Norway. Once we land on the other side of that line, we are free." In 7 or 8 hours after leaving the river, Godfrey said, "There is Kildina Island, Luca. We will land over there instead of upon this shore. There may be some Laplanders about. And there is a Russian place called Kola, about 20 miles up a river, a little way past the island. And the natives might take us there if they came upon us, for they would not understand either Oshak or the Samoyede dialect, and I don't suppose they would talk Russian. Anyhow, we may as well be on the safe side. After coming 7 or 8,000 miles, we won't run any risk of a failure in the last 100. I don't much like the look of the sky away to the north. I fancy we are going to have a storm. Thank God it did not come 2 days earlier." They landed on the island, hauled up the boat, then Godfrey took some time in finding a hollow where they could light a fire without risk of its being seen on the mainland, as, if there were Lapps there, they might cross in their canoes to see who had made it. They had no trouble in collecting plenty of driftwood along the shore, and carefully choosing the driest, so as to avoid making a great smoke. They lit a fire and erected the tent to leeward of it, so that the smoke might blow through it, and so keep out their enemies, the mosquitoes. Godfrey's prediction about the weather was speedily verified. The wind got up very rapidly, and in 2 hours was blowing a gale from the north. "No fear of canoes coming across," Luca said. "No fear at all. I don't suppose there was any real risk of it in any case. but I feel more nervous now than I have done all the time. At any rate, the storm has made it perfectly safe. There will soon be a sea on that no canoe could face. For 3 days the storm raged, and they were glad to resume their fur jackets. Jack lay coiled up in the furs in the tent, and nothing could persuade him to move except for breakfast and dinner. They waited 12 hours after the gale ceased to allow the sea to go down, and then started again, hoisting their sail as there was enough wind to help them. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Condemned as a Nihilist, The Story of Escape from Siberia by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Grace Silvey. Chapter 18. Home Again. Godfrey felt in wild spirits as they hoisted their sail, for the end of the journey was close at hand, and, unless some altogether unforeseen misfortune were to befall them, they would have accomplished an undertaking that had been deemed almost impossible. They kept well out from land, increasing the distance as they sailed west until they were some 10 miles out, for the map showed that some 25 miles from the point where they had camped, a rocky peninsula jutted out. In 3 hours they could make out its outline, for the land was bold and high, and it took them another 4 hours before they were abreast of its eastern point, Cape Naveloc. Then they coasted along the peninsula until they arrived at Cape Kekor, its western point. They had now been paddling nearly 12 hours, for Godfrey was too impatient to be content with the sail only. Just before they arrived at the cape, Luca, seeing a good place for landing, suggested a halt. "No, no," Godfrey said. "We will not risk another landing. We have been marvelously fortunate up to now, and it would be folly to run even the slightest risk when we are so near the end of our journey. We will keep on. There are only 30 or 40 more miles to go, and then we shall enter the Varanger Fjord. Then we shall be in Norway. Think of that, Luca. We can snap our fingers at the Russians and tell everyone we meet that we have escaped from their prisons." "Who shall we meet?" Luca asked. "Ah, that is more than I can tell you. The sooner we meet someone, the better. Norway is not like this country we have been passing along. It is all covered with great mountains and forests. I don't know anything about the coast, but I fancy it is tremendously rocky, and we should have a poor chance there if caught in another storm from the north. There are Laplanders, who are people just like the Samoyedes, and who have got reindeer. If we find any of them, as I hope we shall, we ought to be all right. We have got 100 silver rubles, and if you show a man money and make signs you want to go somewhere, and don't much care where, he is pretty safe to take you. Now you take a sleep, Luca. I will steer. There is no occasion to paddle. The wind is taking us along nearly 3 miles an hour, and time is no particular object to us now. You get 3 hours, then I will take 3, and then we will set to with the paddles again." 8 hours later they could make out high land on the starboard bow, and knew that they were approaching the entrance to the fjord. They had not taken to their paddles again, for the wind had freshened and they were going fast through the water. Luca cooked a meal, and as it was growing dark, the land closed in on both sides to a distance of about 8 miles. An hour later they saw lights on their right hand. "Hurrah!" Godfrey exclaimed. "There is a village there." "We won't land tonight. We might find it difficult to get a place to sleep in. 1 night longer on board won't do us any harm. Thank God we are fairly out of Russia at last, and shall land as free men in the morning." They drew in towards the shore a mile or so above the lights, and paddled cautiously on until close to the land. There they dropped their anchor overboard, and, wearied out by their long row, were speedily sound asleep. It was broad daylight when they awoke. Godfrey, when he sat up, gave a loud cheer, which set Jack off barking wildly. "Look!" Godfrey shouted. "It is a town, and there are 2 steamboats lying there. Thank God, our troubles are all over. You had better get breakfast, Luca. It is of no use going ashore till people are awake." Breakfast over, the anchor was at once pulled up, and in a quarter of an hour they were alongside a quay. Their appearance was so similar to that of the Lapps that they themselves would have attracted but little notice. But the canoe was so different in its appearance to those used by these people that several persons stood on the little quay watching them as they came alongside. Their surprise at the boat was increased when Godfrey came up onto the quay. No Laplander or Finn of his height had ever been seen, and moreover, his face and hands were clean. They addressed him in a language that he did not understand. He replied first in English, then in Russian. Apparently, they recognized the latter language, and one of them motioned to Godfrey to follow him. "You wait here till I come back, Luca. I dare say the people are honest enough, but I don't want any of our furs or things stolen now that we have got to the end of our journey." He then followed his conductor to a large house in the principal street, where he went into a sort of office and spoke to a man sitting there. Then he went out, and in a minute returned with a gentleman. "Do you speak English, sir?" Godfrey said. "I speak it a little," the gentleman replied in surprise at hearing the language from one who looked like a Laplander. "Do you speak Russian better?" Godfrey next asked. "Yes," he replied in that language. "I know Russian well. And who are you?" "I am an Englishman. I was resident in St. Petersburg when I was seized and condemned to exile in Siberia as a Nihilist, although I was perfectly innocent of the charge. I was taken to the mines of Kara in the east of Siberia, but made my escape, descended the Yenisei, and have coasted from there in a canoe." The man looked at him incredulously. "I am not surprised that you doubt my story," Godfrey said. "If you will come down with me to the wharf, you will see the canoe in which I made the journey. I built it on the Yenisei. I have with me a Tartar who escaped with me and shared my fortunes." The merchant put on his hat and walked down to the wharf. "It is a strange craft," he said, "though I have seen some at Christiania, similar in form but smaller, built of wood, that Englishmen have brought over. And is it possible that you have sailed from the mouth of the Yenisei in her?" "There has been no great difficulty about it," Godfrey said. "We have kept near the coast, and have generally landed when bad weather came on. I have a gun, and with that and fishing there has been no difficulty about food. The journey has been a long one. It is 17 months since I left Kara. I am provided with Russian money, sir, and shall be glad if you can tell me what is my best way of getting back to England." "It is fortunate indeed that you did not arrive here 2 days later, for the last steamer will sail for Hamburg tomorrow. She touches at many ports on her way, but I don't know that you can do better than go to Hamburg, whence there is a steamer nearly every day to England. If you had been 2 days later, you would have lost her, for the season is just over, and you would then have had to travel by land and river, down to Tornea, on the Gulf of Bothnia. But come up with me to my house. I am the agent here for the steamer. What are you going to do with your canoe?" "I shall take her home with me just as she stands," Godfrey said. "And the Tartar?" "Yes, the Tartar and the dog." "Very well. Stay here for 10 minutes, he said to Luca. "I will send a man down to help you up with the canoe. You may as well put it in my yard," he went on as he started back with Godfrey. "The people are as honest as the day, but they might be pulling it about and examining it, and it is just as well to stow it away safe. Well, this is a wonderful escape of yours. During the 20 years I have been here, it has never happened before." "I wonder it has not been done many times," Godfrey said. "Canoes go from Archangel to the Pechora, which is quite halfway to the mouth of the Obi, and there is no more difficulty between the Pechora and the Yenisei than there is on this side. The first thing to do now is to get some clothes." "The first thing to do, I think, is to get some breakfast," the trader said. "I have already had some breakfast on board," Godfrey said, "but I dare say I could eat another." "I will warrant you can. Your breakfast was probably of the roughest." "It was," Godfrey admitted. "I have not eaten a piece of real bread for more than a year. We haven't had much of anything made of flour since we started in the canoe in June. But one gets to do without bread very well." "I have not asked your name yet," the trader said. "It is Godfrey Bullen. My father is head of a firm in London that does a good deal of trade with Russia. He was living in St. Petersburg a good many years. That is how it is that I speak the language. I was wondering how it was that you spoke it so well. Now then, let me introduce you to my wife and family. This is an English gentleman, wife, he said in his own language to a pleasant-looking lady. He does not look like it, but when I tell you that he has made his escape from Siberia in a canoe, it will account for it. Godfrey found that his early meal had in no way abated his appetite. The breakfast was an excellent one, but he confined himself to bread and butter, and thought he had never tasted anything so good in his life. He learned that his host was an importer of goods of all kinds, and did the principal trade at Vadso, besides supplying all the villages on the fjord. If you had been here a few days earlier, he said, you would have found a countryman of yours, a Mr. Clark, who almost monopolizes the whaling trade here. He owns 3 steamers and has a great melting-down establishment. I myself send great quantities of cod to Hamburg by steamer. Most of the boats here work for me. After breakfast, Godfrey gave his host a sketch of his adventures. It has been a wonderful journey, his host said when he concluded. I have heard of 1 or 2 cases where men have made their way to Archangel, and thence by land to our frontier, but I never heard of anyone attempting it by sea before. It was a perilous journey indeed, and required a knowledge of canoeing, which no Russian prisoner would be likely to have. Then you were certainly fortunate in having a companion with you who was at home with those Ostraks. Still, as you brought him with you for that purpose, that was forethought rather than luck. Which is the first port at which the steamer will stop that I can send a telegram from? The merchant laughed. If you go downstairs into the office, and go through the door to your left hand, you will find yourself in the telegraph office. Really? Yes, really. We have had the telegraph here for some little time. Godfrey rushed downstairs, and sent off a telegram as follows. Have just arrived here. Made my escape from prison at Kara, in Siberia. 17 months on the way. Am in first-rate health. Start tomorrow by steamer to Hamburg. Hope all are well. Have plenty of money. He directed it to his father's office, so that the news might be broken gradually to his mother. In the afternoon the answer came. Thank God for his mercies. All well. I shall cross to Hamburg to meet you. While Godfrey was being made much of by the merchant and his family, and indeed by many of their acquaintances, who upon hearing the news came in to see him and inquire into the wonderful voyage, Lucca was no less a center of attraction to the fishermen, and was so generously treated that long before it became dark, he was obliged to be assisted, in a state of inebriation, to a pallet that had been prepared for him. Godfrey was annoyed when he heard it. But, as his host said, after being 18 months, and, for aught I know, 18 months before that, without touching liquor, very little would be likely to produce an effect upon him. I dare say it is his talking as much as his spirit that has turned his head. Besides, you know, the lower class of Russians and Tartars are all fond of spirits. I shall not be angry with him in the morning, Godfrey said, because I do think that it is pardonable, but I shall talk seriously to him about it, and tell him that if he is coming home to England with me, he must give up spirits. He has done without them so long that it can't be any hardship. What are you going to do with him? I have not the most remote idea, Godfrey laughed. If he likes to return to his people, I dare say my father would be able, through the Russian embassy, to get a pardon for him and permission to go back, but I don't think he has any notion of that. He lost his parents when he was a child, and I never heard him express the slightest desire to go back again. He has attached himself to me heart and soul, and I think looks upon it as a settled thing that he will be always with me. I don't know in what capacity. Still, I suppose, something will be found for him. The steamer was to start at 9 o'clock on the following morning, and by that hour, Godfrey, Lucca, and Jack were on board, and the canoe carefully stowed on deck. Both had obtained a complete fit-out from the merchant's stores, and although Godfrey's garments would scarcely have passed muster in London, they did very well for the voyage. Luca was greatly amused at his own appearance in European garb, though Godfrey thought he looked much better in his Austriac costume. "We will rig him out fresh when I get him home," he said to the merchant. "I don't know what he looks like now in that greatcoat and billycock hat." The merchant stayed on board until the last moment. As soon as he got into his boat, the paddles began to revolve, and the steamer started on her way. She was 10 days on her voyage, ascending many of the fjords, landing or taking on board cargo or passengers. Godfrey enjoyed the voyage greatly. The scenery was magnificent, and eagerly as he desired to be at home, he was almost sorry when the end approached. It had been so strange to have nothing to do but to sit and watch the shore, to eat and to sleep. Luca had been very penitent over his little excess at Vadso, and had solemnly promised Godfrey to abstain from spirits in future. And he, too, enjoyed the voyage in his way, eating enormously and drinking vast quantities of tea and coffee. Godfrey had sent off 1 or 2 telegrams from the ports at which he touched, so that his father might be able to judge when the ship was likely to arrive. And when one morning early the vessel steamed up to the wharf at Hamburg, Godfrey saw him waiting there. It was a joyful meeting indeed, and it was not until they were alone together at a hotel, Luca being left downstairs in charge of the canoe, that they were enabled to begin to talk. "Did you know what had become of me, father?" "Yes, my boy. Petrovich telegraphed to me that you had been missing 3 days, and I at once went over to St. Petersburg. He thought that you had fallen into bad hands, and had been murdered and thrown into the Neva. But remembering that you had got into that silly scrape before with the police, I thought it possible that, coming, as your absence did, directly after the affair at the Winter Palace, suspicion had fallen on you again. I went to the head of the police. He declined to give me any information. Then I set the embassy at work, and they found out that you had been arrested with some desperate Nihilists. At last they obtained a sight of the records of the court-martial before which you had been tried, and told me that the case was so strong against you that nothing could be done. Indeed, had it not been for your youth, and the fact that you were a British subject, you would have certainly been executed. I tried everything, but I found it absolutely useless. The embassy recommended me to let the matter drop for the present, and in time, perhaps, when the Nihilist scare passed off, it might be possible to interest some minister or other in your favor and obtain a reversion of your sentence. Then a few months later came the assassination of the Tsar, and of course that rendered it more hopeless than ever, and all we could hope for was that in the course of years we might again move in the matter. Of course, it has been a terrible business for us all, but we won't talk about that now. Thank God it is over, and that you have returned to us. But what madness, Godfrey, to mix yourself up with these people! Indeed, father, I was perfectly innocent, though I cannot blame the court-martial for finding me guilty. And he then gave his father the details of his connection with the 2 Nihilists, Akim Sushilov and Petrov Stepanov, and of the circumstances of his arrest in their room. I am very glad to hear that, Godfrey. Not that it makes any actual matter now, but because, after the warning I had given you to avoid the society of any people holding extreme opinions, it seemed to me you must have showed an incredible amount of willfulness and folly in getting yourself mixed up with these desperate conspirators. I am heartily glad to find that I was mistaken, and that, except as regards that foolish business at the theater, you have really not been to blame in the matter, and have been altogether a victim of circumstances. Now tell me how you got away. And first, who is that queer-looking little fellow with your canoe? He is my comrade and friend, father. He escaped from prison with me, and is devoted to me. But for him, I should have had no chance whatever of making my way through all the difficulties of the journey. And he then gave his father an outline of their adventures from the time of their leaving Kara. When he had finished, Mr. Bullen went downstairs and saw Luca, and shook hands with him heartily, telling him in Russian that he had heard from Godfrey how much he owed to him, and assuring him that he need have no fear for the future. 2 days later, the party arrived at home. There was no occasion to say anything as to the joy of that meeting. The 3 years of hardship and roughing it had converted the careless schoolboy into a powerful young fellow. His spirits were as high, and he was as full of fun as of old. But the experience he had gone through had strengthened his character, had given him self-reliance and confidence, and had, as his father and mother soon saw, had a very beneficial effect in forming his character. 2 or 3 days after his arrival, Godfrey wrote to Mikhail. It was a very guarded letter, because he knew that it would be opened by the prison authorities. But it thanked him for the kindness he had shown to him while in prison, and expressed a hope that, now that he would have obtained partial freedom, and would be united to his wife, he would succeed and prosper. He enclosed a 500-ruble note from his father as a present in return for the kindness he had shown him, and he also enclosed a directed envelope, so that he could acknowledge the receipt of the letter. An answer written by the priest of the village, for Mikhail was unable to write, came at the end of 5 months. It was expressed in the most grateful terms. He had been released 4 months after Godfrey left, and the governor had, as a reward for his good conduct, allowed him to work for a farmer instead of in the mines. He said that he was perfectly happy, and that, as he should now be able to purchase a small farm for himself, he should be sure to do well. I have a boy, he said, who was born 3 months ago. We have christened him Godfrey, in memory of the night when you saved my life at the risk of your own. Luka was for some time a difficulty. He absolutely refused to return to Russia, and was for a time established as doorkeeper at the office. But in the spring after Godfrey's return, the latter took him down with him to a house Mr. Bullen had just purchased near Richmond. Luka was so delighted with the country that he was established there, and became a sort of general factotum, assisting in the garden, stables, or house, wherever he could make himself useful, and being in special charge of a sailing boat that Godfrey keeps on the river. He had picked up a good deal of English from Godfrey on their travels, and soon came to speak it fairly. And being regarded as a friend by all the family, he is in every way perfectly contented with his lot. 4 years after Godfrey's return, a clerk one day came into the office with the news that a gentleman wished to speak to him, and Godfrey was astounded at the entry of Alexis. "I have come," the Russian said. "You told me to come, and I have done so." "I am delighted to see you, Alexis. I had thought of you as married and settled among the Buriats." "I did marry," Alexis said, "but 3 years afterwards I lost my wife. What was I to do? I could not remain all my life a wandering shepherd, afraid ever to enter a town or to speak with a civilized being. So I sold my flocks and herds. You know my wife owned 1/3 of those of the Buriat. He was a rich man and bought most of them, and for the rest I found other purchasers. Then he negotiated for me with one of the tea merchants, and I managed to go as a driver with one of his caravans to Pekin." "And what do you mean to do, Alexis? I can still keep my promise and make a berth for you here in the office." "I thank you, my friend," Alexis said, "but I shall return to my profession. I am a doctor, you know, and have my Russian diplomas. I shall learn your language and study in your hospitals for a time. Then I shall set up here. I believe you have many Russians in your poorer districts, and as, besides, I speak German, I should be able to obtain a sufficient practice. Moreover, I have brought with me orders on a bank here for £5,000, which I paid into their branch at Hong Kong. I will get you to invest that for me, and you will see that it will give me an income sufficient for all my wants." Alexis carried out his plans, and has now a large, although not very remunerative, practice among the Russian and German colony in the East End of London. He married the daughter of a clergyman there, and remains fast friends with Godfrey, who has now set up an establishment of his own, of which Luka is major domo, and special guardian and playmate to Godfrey's little boys. Godfrey has not returned to Russia, but is his father's right hand in the London business. At the same time, he is free to visit St. Petersburg, did he wish to do so, as Mr. Bullen drew up a full statement of his case, and this having been forwarded by the Russian ambassador, with a strong recommendation on his part, a reversal of the sentence of the court-martial was obtained, and a full pardon granted to him. It is not probable, however, that he will again set foot on Russian soil, his experiences as a prisoner in Siberia having been, as he says, ample for a lifetime. End of Chapter 18. End of Condemned as a Nihilist. The Story of Escape from Siberia by G.A. Henty. Read by Grace Silvey.